Your Royal Highness, ladies and gentlemen, a very, very warm welcome to you all. Special welcome to our honorary Vice Chair, Princess Madeleine, who joins us more or less directly from Florida in the midst of a busy family move. Thank you for doing so. We're delighted that so many of you have chosen to spend a beautiful summer day in a conference room. Thank you, and let me assure you, you did the right thing. We have an important and interesting day ahead of us. Also, a very, very warm welcome to all of you who have joined us online. We have 200 participants from around the world following this event through live stream. Welcome all of you from Australia, Colombia, South Africa, the USA, and many other places. Today is about how AI can help combat child sexual abuse. Childhood was founded by Her Majesty Queen Sylvia of Sweden 25 years ago with the mission of fighting child sexual abuse. Since early days, technology has been an important part of our work. Technology changed the speed, severity, and forms of sexual abuse and exploitation. But it can also, and must, profoundly change how we combat it. Technology can help us identify survivors and offenders. Technology can help us identify children who are at risk. It can help us reach out and start the conversation with children and adults. We can and need to ensure that technology works for good. Through Childhood's initiative Stella Polaris, we have spent the last 3 years deep diving in the subject of AI technology, specifically, and with Sweden as a starting point and testing ground. We approach this with a conviction that AI is needed and necessary to fight child sexual abuse, not to replace humans, but as complements to humans. Within Stella Polaris, we gather knowledge, we kickstart new solutions, and most importantly, we mobilize good forces so they meet from different sectors to join us on the journey. Because we need to bring together expertise with different perspectives, and that's precisely what we're doing here today. All of you in the room and online represent important perspectives and necessary pieces of the puzzle that we need to put together to keeping children safe. We have experts in child protection, others who come from the forefront of technical development. We have strong representation from the corporate sector, from law enforcement, from the civil society, and academia. Among us here today are many participants with their own lived experience of child sexual abuse. Some who choose to disclose, others not. We need to listen to you especially, because you represent the experience of the child in the room and the future child that we all want to protect from abuse. I would now like to invite on stage a person without whom none of this would have happened. Anders Årbrandt, Managing Director of Swedish Postcode Lottery. Welcome on stage. Stella Polaris.
Thank you. Thank you.
Stella Polaris is entirely funded by the Swedish Postcode Lottery, for which we are truly grateful. And Anders, please tell us, why did you choose to engage on this journey with us, pioneering journey? Welcome.
Your Royal Highness, dear friends, I'm so happy to stand there as a Managing Director for the Swedish Postcode Lottery. What is the Postcode Lottery? I mean, for real. It's a lottery, the Sweden's biggest lottery, that people win together. They win together with the neighbors, but they also win together with organizations such as Childhood. And that organization always trying to make the world a better place. To give a fuller picture, we were founded in the Netherlands, 1989, with the sole purpose to create funds for a strong civil society. And that we've been doing since the beginning, from 1989. In Sweden, we've been active since 2005. We have around 1 million customers, and we're really happy for that. But I think we can do more. But we're also active in Germany, the Netherlands, of course. We're active in Norway and in UK, Great Britain, so big European countries. And all our proceeds in Sweden are shared among the 61 charity partners. Our goal that this will amount to 1 billion Swedish crowns each year. And so far we have been successful. To this date, Childhood has received 90 million Swedish crowns, funds that you have used for important work to prevent violence and sexual abuse against children. What signifies our funding that is long-term, is trust-based, and is unrestricted. You are the experts, and that's why you're all here, and you're really great on what you're doing. But also in addition to the important core funding, we have something we call Dream Fund projects. These projects are something that our charity partner can apply for in addition to the important core funding. The Dream project really makes it possible to achieve that extra something, which otherwise would not have been possible. Stella Polaris is such a dream project that you've been granted 2021, and it's a very important one. Online abuse of children is increasing and becoming extensive and severe. As technology advances, so do the perpetrators. The development within artificial intelligence is now proceeding in a rapid pace. This gives their funders even greater opportunities to create abuse material. But when used correctly, the technology can also be a tool for navigating the web, identifying abuse material and finding and prosecuting those who create and finance these activities. This requires knowledge, innovation, and action, and it takes courageous actors. Childhood is one of them, and the Post would like to be a courageous funding partner to Childhood. Thank you for your important work, and I wish you all the best with this conference today.
Thank you, Anders. Thank you so much for being here today also, and for making this all possible, and colleagues. Now, let's dive into the program. And for that, I want to welcome on stage my dear colleague, Britta Holmberg, who will take us right into the substance matter. Welcome, Britta.
The responsibility for protecting children lies with adults. For over 2 decades, Childhood has been combating child sexual abuse. When technology enables perpetrators to find new ways to exploit children, we must be prepared with new technical solutions. And this is where artificial intelligence is needed. Stella Polaris enables children's rights and artificial intelligence to meet. Within Stella Polaris, we gather partners who want to help us find more AI solutions in the fight against child sexual abuse. No child should ever be sexually abused, and artificial intelligence is essential to achieve this vision.
Sexual abuse of a child. Just hearing that phrase might make you uncomfortable, and you rather stop listening. For others, it is the reality of their childhood, and they live with it every day. Some speak about it publicly, as Paula said. Others never tell anyone. Child sexual abuse is a global yet silent public health crisis that needs to be stopped and can be stopped. We and many with us, many in the room, many online, are constantly working to prevent and address and mitigate the consequences of child sexual abuse. This day is dedicated to exploring how artificial intelligence can be an additional tool to accelerate this work. Not the tool, not the solution, but help us. And again, you're here today. Some of you are working with AI, tech development, research. Maybe you're not talking about these issues every day. Maybe you belong to the group that feel that it is difficult, uncomfortable. Or maybe you even feel that it doesn't really concern you. But it does concern us all. And it is very important that the discussion about how AI can help us builds on what we know about this crime, what child sexual abuse is, how it affects children, and how it changes. So therefore, we want to start this meeting with giving everyone some very basic knowledge. The first is that child sexual abuse is common. It affects 1 in 4 children in Sweden. In many parts of the world, we don't even have reliable prevalence figures. But we do know it exists in all countries and in all societies. It is also multifaceted. It affects children from all ages, from babies to teenagers. And the type of abuse and also the type of perpetrators may change during different parts of life. It affects boys, girls, and children who do not identify as either. It affects children with disabilities, LGBTQI children, and children who do not have parents that can care for them. It happens in families, in schools, in communities, in institutions created to keep children safe, at parties, in romantic relationships, in sports clubs, in church. It happens to children who are lonely and want to be loved. It happens offline and online, very often both. It is sometimes violent and can be even sadistic, but it doesn't have to. It can also be about threats, manipulation, nagging, abusing the power over the child, or boundary transgressions that the child do not have the capacity to understand or withstand. It is committed by men, mainly, not only. And the person committing abuse might be the determined pedophile harming hundreds of children, but it can also be a person who only abuses one child, one certain child. And the perpetrator can also be a child, quite often, actually. Or it can be a person with intellectual disabilities who doesn't really understand the consequences of what they do. Or someone who doesn't see it as abuse because they don't really relate to the concept of consent. It can be someone who's triggered by a group of other men or boys who feel that they just have the right to sex. Or someone who shared a nude of the girl in the class just for fun. Sexual abuse of children exists everywhere where children are. But that doesn't mean that we need to accept it. It doesn't need to be that way. And contrary to public belief and what is often portrayed in media, I want to share the first piece of good news today, which is that the long-term trend of prevalence is actually going down in some countries. We see this in the US, in Kenya, in Eswatini, and until COVID hit us, also in Sweden. That shows that the investments made in prevention efforts actually can make a difference. But we also know that some forms of abuse are clearly increasing. And like a hydra, where as soon as some of their heads are eliminated, new, even more terrifying emerge, now in the form of technology. And perpetrators constantly find new ways of using technology to harm children. What used to be a hidden and isolated community of people sending videotapes depicting rape and exploitation of children to each other by post is now an industry of Darknet fora for sharing of child sexual abuse material, and some of them gather hundreds of thousands of users. Through social media and gaming platforms, perpetrators can have direct access to children in their bedrooms and in school 24 hours a day. Through different forms of video and chat services, offender can order live-streamed abuse on demand with their exact preferences. Technical development, internet, and social media have also lowered the barriers to harm children. And it might, for some offenders, even feel that it's not, what they do is not real. But the children who are harmed are very real. And the consequences of abuse is not less serious if the abuse takes place online. So although child sexual abuse is common, and despite all the information, campaigns, awareness, much more enlightened society, it is still surrounded by shame, stigma, and silence. Even in Sweden today, many children, especially boys, do never tell anyone. And if they tell, it is often to a peer, a friend. So many children are left alone with the potential trauma, with the incredible strong feelings of shame and guilt associated with being victimized online. With the feeling, knowing that your images are circulating online and you don't know who has seen them and how to get rid of them. Unfortunately, only a very small minority of cases are reported to the police and social services. This is true in Sweden and around the world. And one of the reasons why children do not tell, especially when it comes to online abuse, is because they've done something that they have been told not to. By parents, teachers, friends. Maybe they have shared nudes. Maybe they have met up with someone they contacted online, or just responded to a friend request from a stranger. And that fact that the contact might initially have been mutual and then exploited, it's what makes the shame and guilt so strong. That is why it's so crucial that preventive solutions and response measures that we use cater to the curiosity and explorative nature of children, while also protecting their integrity. Being curious and exploring and testing boundaries, that is part of growing up. That is what children have done all times. That doesn't mean that that doesn't make them responsible for being sexually abused. So if you remember one thing from this talk, remember this: it is never, ever the child's fault. I would like to get some help from experts in the field to deepen and nuance the understanding of child sexual abuse. I've given you the very basics. So to understand more about the consequences and what we can do to stop it. So the first one I would like to invite up is Linda Johnson, researcher and associate professor of social work at Marie Cederschiöld University College, specializing in online sexual abuse and exploitation. Linda, can you tell us a bit more about what we know about how being abused affects a child?
Yeah, first, thanks for having me here. And I think that you made such a good introduction, so I don't know really what to say more. But we know exactly, as you said, Britta, that children are affected in very many ways, interpersonal ways, but also in relation to friends, parents. So it really affects their lives on all different levels. It's social isolation, it's externalizing behavior. So sometimes they are more introvert, sometimes they can be more extrovert, and that's also where we can find those that we call polyvictimized children, that they actually are abused again and again. And that is very typical from the research that you related to, where we can see that 1 in 4 of Swedish youth are sexually abused, and some of them, of course, online, and that there are areas where they're both abused online and offline. So you can't always separate these abuse, but we see that the children are abused in many ways. And the consequences are also, of course, anxiety, and then we want to also stress the post-traumatic stress syndrome, that is a typical consequence when you are affected by a very severe form of abuse or circumstances, event in life. That could be flashbacks, sleeping problems, trouble concentrating, irritability, being on guard for dangers. These children can be at a real stress all the time, and that is typical consequences. But there are not one symptom that is typical, so we can't say that, look for this, because children are individuals, of course. So when I'm talking as a researcher, it's often on a group level, but you always need to talk to the specific child to get the exact situation of what they are in.
I was actually going to ask that. So of these 1 in 4 children, do all of them have kind of trauma symptoms?
No, absolutely not. And the symptoms can come later in life. Some respond immediately after an abuse. Some but some of the symptoms are coming later on. That could be, for example, now I'm looking at the police here, when there is a police investigation ongoing, that can stress the symptom. But also, some of the children, I met a child last week who said, no, I'm absolutely fine, I'm doing fine. But she was so thinking about this abuse all the time. And this was like 5 years ago. And it was a few nude pictures that were spread. Something that we as adults maybe say, oh, it's just a picture. It wasn't. It wasn't. It was something that now, 5 years later, is something that she's thinking about all the time. And meeting me, she said, what can we do about it? Do you know this man who did this? She was really stressed about this situation. So, and of course, we also have those children who never show any symptoms. And of course, that from child psychiatry, social services that I kind of represent, we are interested in, of course, supporting those children who need support. But at the same time, we see that it's so many of them that have been victims of this kind of abuse that need support in treatment in different ways.
Can we do anything to kind of make the consequences less severe for a child?
Yeah, you talk about disclosure. We can see that children who disclose early that can receive help, not just from friends. I mean, friends are very important, but we can't lie responsibility on teenagers talking to teenagers. This is an adult responsibility that we have to take. And I think this is one of the most important things for the children, to get early in with support and treatment for those who need it. But we, of course, need to work preventative so they don't get abused in the first place, of course. But if they're abused, to talk and to help we need support and treatment that is evaluated, that we know works, and also we are going to talk about AI today. We need to find, like in the jungle of different treatment and support, we need to find the one that is suitable for that specific child, and that is a work we have ahead of us to develop better.
Can you talk to us a bit about the difference between abused on and offline? if there are any differences.
I get my card there. Yeah, we have. There are some specific things related to online sexual abuse. At the same time, I really want to stress that an abuse is an abuse. So we have, I've worked a lot with sexual exploitation related to trafficking and so on. And in trafficking, there are similar stressors like there are in online sexual abuse. So you cannot always say this is specific. But there are some things that we have seen in our research, and it's, of course, that often in online sexual abuse, the child has some kind of, like we say, own activity. They have sent an image, not always, of course, but they have been chatting with someone, like said something that they think is naughty, or in like the sexual area that they shouldn't have said, or something like that. And that makes them feel very much shame and guilt, and especially shame. We can actually measure that is higher in this specific group. The documentation, this with the eternity, that they have to learn to live with that the images, chat logs, whatever, that they exist, that someone can actually see it. That is also specific, related to this kind of abuse. And also the disclosure, you talked about that. We know in research that children, most of the children disclose. They disclose to friends, as Britta said, but also to moms. Moms get to hear, they are on the second place. But when it comes to online sexual abuse, the disclosure is not always self-chosen, because it can be images or chat logs that are discovered, for example, by the police, and they are coming to you like from the side. So the child is not really prepared. And how this affects the child, we are not really sure about. We can just see that it is a difference. And of course, we want the child to be in charge of their own story. To disclose is a right. It's not something you have to do. And this is also different when it comes to this. And we have noticed also that the support from friends and families can be a bit less in the online sexual abuse. That there is so much blame related to like the child themselves feeling that, oh, I shouldn't have done this, but also that the parents are not always very supportive by the children. But we have a new research project together with Childhood, among others, where we can see where police that have interviewed say that they can spot a difference, that parents actually, the Swedish parents today, it's a Swedish project, that they can see that they are more supported than previously. So I think that's very good, and maybe also thanks to all the work that has been done in the area. And then finally, we talk about post-traumatic stress as a symptom. Post means after a trauma, but since these images are ongoing and they can pop up whenever in life, we are having like a mind game about, is it really post-trauma that we are treating in therapy when it comes to this type of abuse, since they are eternal.
Thank you. And Linda, you were involved as an expert witness, if I'm correct, that led to the first ever conviction of a completely virtual rape, where the person convicted never met or touched the child that he was convicted for rape on. Can you just explain what that was and what is the implication for that ruling?
Yeah, so according to law, one can be convicted of rape against a child when you have intercourse or another similar sexual act. And this with the intercourse and similar sexual act is very important for the law. Not for psychiatry as much, but for law it's very important. And that's why the Supreme Court wanted to test, so that we have two cases with two different men who had contacted children online and made them penetrate themselves with objects, but also there were other like terrible circumstances around these cases. And the court wanted to see, is this a severe form of sexual abuse? Can it be considered a rape? So can you rape a child even if you don't meet them offline, so to say? And me, together with other people, were there and telling from our perspective. And I would say that from a psychiatric perspective, child psychiatric perspective, intercourse, like penetration, is not that important for the symptomatic picture, because that's an old picture that we have. So previously, the research showed that, yes, those children who were abused of that kind of sexual abuse often have more severe symptoms. But when looking into the data more, and there are many researchers today that agree, are saying that it's not the penetration, the intercourse itself, is actually if the child is threatened, how they feel around the abuse. And that is also what we have seen in our research, that we have very high levels of post-traumatic stress and other severe symptoms in this group of online sexually abused children. So the Supreme Court actually listened to us and said that, yes, when a perpetrator meets a child online and made them do like terrible things, including penetration, it's a lot of penetration word here today, that means it's a severe form of abuse and it can be considered rape. So that was the kind of conclusion. So we were very happy about that, because I think that's the right step to move forward, and also where the clinical experience meet law and research. So I think that was an important step.
Thank you. And finally, a final question to you. Is there anything you feel is important for the rest of the participants at the summit to bear with them during the rest of the day, from your point of view?
There are three short things. The first one is what Britta said, that what we are talking about today are children. That could be toddlers, but also 17, 18 years old. The abuse look very different, exactly as you said, but we have to bear that in mind, but also be clear in our discussions of what type of abuse and what children we actually are talking about. And the more children I meet, the more I understand the impact of online sexual abuse, how these children are affected. They can't go to school, are ashamed of what they have been through. And as I said last week, I met this girl who skipped a year in school and struggled to get back on track in life after a man made her send nude images and tried to rape her. She hasn't reported this to the police because she feels it's her fault, also because she's afraid of what will happen if he's not convicted and she disclose and report him. And I could clearly hear in her story that she's still struggling to manage and get back to a normal teenage life. So my message to you in the audience today is to never ever minimize the consequences of any abuse, not also online sexual abuse. And also, to stop this kind of abuse, we need to be ahead and work together. And this is why this conference today is so important. So I'm really looking forward to the rest of the day.
Thank you. And we will hear more from Linda in the research session. So now we know more about the consequences on children, but what about the perpetrators then? Who are they? And very important thing to have in mind is that the image that perhaps many of us have about a typical perpetrator does not necessarily correspond to reality. So I would like to invite Christopher Rahm, researcher at Karolinska Institute, a co-lead of a research group dedicated to increasing the understanding of pedophilia and developing evidence-based treatment to prevent child sexual abuse. And your research team are doing groundbreaking and world-leading research about perpetrators and prevention. So very happy to have you with us.
Thank you.
And also very thankful for stepping in for Malin, who was planned initially to be here. So, Christopher, can you tell us about what we know about the people who commit sexual abuse on children? Is there a typical offender? Can you describe? Who are they?
I think you introduced it very nicely in your introductory talk, actually. There's not one stereotypical offender, but several categories. If we look a bit on the largest categories, one of them is of course adult men with a sexual interest in children, many of them with clinical pedophilia. Then we have another quite big group actually, and that is other children and adolescents that commit abuse against peers, against other children. They are more and more recognized also in research. A third very important category are those who have maybe not primarily a sexual interest in children, but who have a rapidly increasing and escalating sexuality and pornography use. And they move their borders onwards and onwards all the time, and then after a while they end up also abusing children and exploiting children. We also have the intrafamilial sexual abuse type. And that is a bit of a different category. That could be between siblings or from a parent or a close relative towards a child in a family. What is more and more also recognized is the abuse that takes place within institutions where adults work closely with children for a long time, and then the borders get crossed also in a sexual and integrity sense that leads to exploitation. And then lastly, I want to also stress that there are this group of female perpetrators that we also need to realize that they exist.
Thank you. I think one question that many of us pose ourselves is why do they do it? What do we know about that?
Yes, and as you could see from the different categories of perpetrators, there are different motivations. But two of the more important ones are, of course, a sexual interest in children, attraction to the child body. And the other one is a sexuality that has gone they have lost control over their sexuality and do things they later regret repeatedly. But then there are other themes. The power dynamic theme, when you want to control someone, and then a child is quite easy to dominate and feel in power of. And also opportunistic perpetrators that takes the occasion when it turns up.
So as I said, you and your colleagues are working with prevention targeting potential perpetrators to try to kind of stop them from acting out. Can you just briefly, I know that's hard for a researcher, but briefly share with us what does that mean and how effective is it?
Well, what WHO and other big healthcare organizations recommend as a model for tackling child sexual abuse and violence against women is the so-called public health model. And within the public health model, the key word is prevention and collaboration between different organizations in society, not least healthcare. And with my background in medicine and psychiatry, I feel sort of responsibility for more of the medical side of things. So then we know from many interviews that many individuals who are at risk of committing child sexual abuse, they are also help-seeking and want help to prevent this from happening in the first place. So what we're trying to do is to tailor interventions that meet the needs of these potentially help-seeking men and others to reach out before the damage is done, and to design them based on principles from psychiatry and healthcare, such as therapy, medicine, both online and offline. So that's what we're trying to do, to reach out before the damage is done.
Thank you. Are there any, we talked about this stereotypical idea of an offender. Is that something you often meet, or do you meet kind of stereotypes or prejudice about offenders that you also feel are actually harmful?
Well, maybe one idea around offenders that many carry is that this is totally impossible to do anything against. What I would like to just highlight as one of these stereotypes that I think we should challenge ourselves with is that when you do both large online surveys and also when you interview convicted offenders in prison, they all say the same thing. A majority of them would want some interventional help instead of offending. And that is not only true for the ones who do the less severe crimes, but that is also actually true for some of the more severe offenders, that they would like a way out of this. And so that is actually something to build on. Not all, but a large majority.
Thank you. Is there anything you would like to give the group to bring with them during the rest of the day? Any?
Well, when I see everyone who is gathered here today, I would like to just stress that this is a multifaceted problem. There is no silver bullet solution for this. We need to collaborate, not only in society between, for example, healthcare, law enforcement, prison and probation services, etc., but also with universities such as those who are developing the new technique, and with tech companies and social media companies. And not only within Sweden, but also internationally. It takes a network to really make a difference here. But I also think that there are some promising networks building now, actually.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we will also hear more from you in the afternoon session on research.
Thank you.
Thank you. So one of the people working not with the prevention side, or maybe also prevention, but also with investigating cases of child sexual abuse and catching the bad guys is Christian Wallfors from the Swedish police. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you.
So Christian, you have worked with investigating child sexual abuse since 2013, right?
Yeah, more or less.
Around. So can you tell us a bit of how the forms and scale of the crime has changed since then, and in what way has the work within the law enforcement changed?
I would say that what I've seen is the amount of cases has gone up real much. But that's probably because of, as well, the tech side has advanced. More people are reporting it, both from the tech company sides and the people itself as well. And yeah, that's, I would say that the digitalization in the life has made the increase of the cases.
So can you maybe expand a bit about that, the use of technology, both of how the strategies that offenders use and how they have changed, in what way, and also the way you use technology to stop them or find them?
Yeah, as technology evolves, so does the crimes. I think that's been since like Stone Age. But so do we. We need to evolve as well and be adaptable with the technology. Try to be on point with the technology and not like 5 years behind. And
can you?
Sometimes we try. But as it evolves, so do we. Have some struggles for it, but we do our best, I would say. And for that, with the new technology that we have, with AI, with more advanced technology as all, it's a bit easier for us to identify the victims. But the offenders are, as well, as I said before, they evolve as well. So we have some more challenges from their side as well.
Is there anything more you can say about, or I understand there are kind of limits in what the law enforcement can and want to say about what tools you use, because that's the point, that people should not know about that. But can you say something about kind of the potential you see in using AI even more to investigate and prevent child sexual abuse?
A dream of mine is to have AI to auto-categorize the material so that the investigators can focus on the most important things of all, the children. So identify them. That's number one for me.
So you're saying that still around the world, a lot of law enforcement, they manually, or kind of a person sits and
Oh, yes.
look at the
Oh, yes.
material and
Every single day.
categorize it.
Every single day.
So the value of that would not only be efficiency, but also...
It's more helping the investigators not to re-traumatize them. Help them to both the backlogs of all the cases. The case workload is going to be a lot quicker. I would say.
Are there any such tools out there that you know of?
We're working on it.
Okay. So anything, is there anything you feel that is needed, or kind of that you would need from the rest of society, including kind of the groups of people here today, from the private sector, NGOs, academia, but also maybe parents and young people themselves? Anything that can help your work?
I think we all have a role to play here, everyone. As a society, we need to both collaborate more, cooperate more, not be like, what do you say, with no prestige in anything. We're here for one thing, saving kids. That's the most important thing. So as a wise colleague once said, it takes a network to defeat a network.
Thank you. Okay, so to summarize where we are at this point, child sexual abuse is common. Technology-facilitated abuse is growing particularly fast. For many different reasons, it is difficult for many children to come forward themselves. And I would like to conclude this session to invite Vin Phillips Ingvarsson Nguyen to the stage. And you represent RISE, the Swedish National Association Against Incest and Other Sexual Abuse in Childhood. And among many other things, you run support groups for men, and the work you do is often associated with discussions around masculinity and norms. Welcome. So I think we should start there, actually, with, from your experience of working with men. So we often talk about, when we talk about child sexual abuse, the assumption is often that we talk about girls, and maybe young girls. How does that stereotype the effect of the men you meet?
Well, I think it stereotypes us based on society as whole. As we men often are taught to be strong, not too emotional, to be the person carrying up everything. And I think we need to create a space in society for everyone, for men, for women, for non-binary people who identify as others, to speak up what they want to speak about, to be emotional if they want to be emotional, and not to push them down. So for the men that I meet in my support groups, they have felt a lack of support for their own space to express themselves or what they've been through. And I think we all experience so many more things together as humans that actually we can share knowledge and learn from each other. So I think the stereotypes doesn't help the men to actually talk about this. And we say it's less men who experience sexual abuse in childhood, but we also don't know because men are less likely to talk about it.
Thank you. Is there anything more kind of in the way we talk about child sexual or sexual abuse in childhood that you think need to change? Any kind of myths and misconception, or the language they use that is not helpful?
Well, as we spoke about earlier here, we talked about the online one, and we really need to talk more about how it is online, because many people might share pictures, and they might share pictures with a consent in the beginning, but the consent might change. And we also need to talk about what is consent. Is the consent still there? We need to ask again. And after, is the consent still there? And I think we need to talk about other things in the society. For example, we want to hug the kids, we want to kiss them on the forehead and things like that. But does the child want that? We might see the families hugging their kids and we might think it's normal, but we don't know what the children has been through if we don't talk to them, and that might trigger them. So we need to learn the children to say what they need. And sometimes they might not say that, and then we can't consent for them. So we need to learn as adults to be role models what is consent.
Thank you. Is there anything else from what we have talked about today, what you've heard from the different experts? Anything you want to add, something we have missed?
No, I thought it was really interesting to talk about penetrational sex. We need to think about sex as more than just penetrational sex, because abuse affects all the people around the people who experience the abuse. So we can't just talk about the penetration. So we need to learn ourselves into that society what the sex education is nowadays. And in Sweden, we have changed the sex education now for, it's going to be about sexuality, consent, and relationships. And I think we as adults also need to learn these new things in society so we can help the children to express themselves and feel safe to explore and be curious. Because that's what children is about, to explore yourself and your identity.
Thank you. From the point of a survivor organization, is there anything you want the participants to bear with them during the rest of the day?
Well, I meet a lot of survivors, and all the survivors are not, they don't want to disclose to everyone. Some people are anonymous, and especially with experienced incest, there's more complexity. So we also need to think that just reporting to the police enforcement or the society, that doesn't help the people always. They might not want to do that, but they have dreams and they want to explore themselves. They want to have a happy life. So we need to listen to all the survivors, what their needs are, not what we as society think is better. Because just because we put someone in jail, it doesn't help the person who experienced it. So we need to think, what do they want in their life?
Thank you. Is there anything that gives you hope?
All this gives me hope. To see all these people coming together from different fields, having passion and think about what can we do, and we want to learn from each other. But also, I just feel hopeful for all the people I meet every day in my work, that they actually take courage for themselves. So we also need to think about all people don't want to disclose. And we can't force people to disclose. People need to do what's best for themselves, and only themselves knows it, and then we can support them.
Thank you so much, Win.
Thank you.
I actually also feel hopeful. We firmly believe that child sexual abuse can be prevented. And there are many things that are actually happening. There is a lot of progress going on. We have much more evidence about what works to prevent and help children heal. We heard from Linda some of it, and from Christopher, others. We have much better data about prevalence and risk factors, about pathways to offending. There are a lot of international collaboration going on with and within the tech sector as well. We have stronger legislation. We heard about the consent. We hear a lot of young people are much more open to talk about difficult issues, including how you feel and what you have been through, and mental health. And technology, of course, offers a lot of ways to help, to reach out to youth at risk, those who have been abused, and offer accessible, fast, and anonymous support. And there is a growing brave movement of survivors who are demanding actions from their governments to protect children from abuse and ensure justice and healing for those affected. So things are changing, but we need more. We need to change social norms and build a society where shame and stigma is not for the child to carry, but the perpetrator. We need a society where it's natural to speak up when someone transgresses a child's personal boundary. And where we're not blindfolded by stereotypical ideas of the victim and the perpetrators and how they should look and behave. And we also need to innovate and create better technical solutions, preferably where safety is built in by design. We need a digital world where democratically elected governments are the ones who set the ground rules, instead of giving that right exclusively to the private platforms. We need to ensure that technical development is used to protect and empower children rather than harm them. And we need all parts of society to work together to make sure our children can be safe on and offline. We need innovation in all its forms. We need technical innovation, and we need artificial intelligence. With that, we conclude this session, and I would like you to use like 1 or 2 minutes to reflect, either by yourself, if you're online and don't have colleagues, or talk to the person next to you. Like 2 minutes. What did we hear? What does that mean? So, I'm glad to hear the buzz. Very glad to hear that you are speaking, thinking, reflecting, but it's time to move on. So, we do believe there is so much more potential in the power of AI to combat child sexual abuse. AI, we've heard it many times already today, we'll hear it many times again. We think it offers new and much more effective solutions to many of the challenges we are grappling with, not the least related to online abuse and with often enormous amount of data. We do see AI as increasingly complementary tool. There is a range of things that AI can help with, from making child rights organizations just more efficient, maybe in translating documents with the help of existing AI tools, to using AI to collect and analyze large sets of data, something we will discuss more in the afternoon. Maybe personalizing trainings of professionals meeting children, adapting services and resources to make them more accessible for children with special needs. But also, so there's a range of simple solutions that are maybe not that complicated, and then some that are very complex, including those who are related to handling very sensitive private information and data that is sometimes even illegal to possess and look at. So the urgency of addressing child sexual abuse is very clear. And we need all the help we can get. Because in fact, in some of the conversations we've had during the 3-4 years working with this, when we talk with tech people and describe the problems we have, they often say, well, that's easy. That's not rocket science. We can do that technically. So one of the fundamental questions we are kind of confronted with is, in a world where the technological limits at least feel infinite, and the imperative to act against abuse is so pressing, how do we understand where the ethical and legal boundaries are? What should we do? So, and the intersection of AI technologies and sexual abuse of children is especially complex. Child sexual abuse knows no geographic borders, neither does AI. Neither do the social media platforms that gathers massive amount of data about children and their behaviors. So who regulates, and how do we regulate all that? Because with the massive power also come equally massive risks for abuse, misuse, unintended negative consequences, and we can't really afford to be naive. So before starting the discussion on concrete solutions for AI to accelerate the fight against child sexual abuse, we will get help in navigating the ethical and legal terrain. So what are the boundaries we need to keep within? What does responsible AI look like in this field? And is it responsible not to use AI if we can protect more children? So here with me today, I have this wonderful panel of Stanley Greenstein, Assistant Professor in Law and Information Technology at the Department of Law, Stockholm University, and much more. And Katja de Vries, assistant professor in public law at Uppsala University, also affiliated to the Swedish Law and Information Research Institute and the Center of Law, Science, Technology and Society in Brussels. And you focus, among other things, on the challenges that AI-generated content poses to data protection, intellectual property, and other fields of law. Things I don't understand. And Tove Kjellander, a child rights advocate and expert specializing in children's rights, child participation, and advisor of Save the Children Europe. Welcome. So Stanley, first the question to you. Help us understand, what is the legal framework we need to adhere to when it comes to AI development and use of AI, especially related to the issue we talk about today?
Good, thank you for having me here today. I think from the outset it is quite useful to try and conceptualize, well, what do we mean by the law? Because the law can mean different things. We have hard law, we have soft law. We have legal instruments in the form of laws and preparatory works and cases. But there's also soft law where we have ICO standards, and technology is even a form of law to the extent that it regulates human behavior. Ethical codes are law. So in kind of solving a complex problem, essentially you'll need all these different forms of law to regulate that problem. And then it's also, I mean, when we think of traditional law, it can be, the law as a mechanism for solving problems can be frustrating. It is seen as slow to react, inadequate, but sometimes it is necessary that the law is slower to react. It gives us time to think, to contemplate whether we want this solution, and also ensures predictability. So the frustration associated with law is sometimes a necessary evil when trying to solve a problem. Then also, when it comes to regulating AI, I think it's also useful to maybe stop for 1 second and ask ourselves, what do we mean by AI? Because AI is an umbrella term for many different technologies, some that are more explainable than others. The higher end AI, essentially black boxes that we don't understand. And there are risks associated with this. And it's also important to keep in mind that the technologies that we create are never neutral. They encompass our values, whether we like it or not. Sometimes it's intentional, sometimes it's not intentional. But it's always useful to keep in mind that technology, as we create it, is never neutral. It was created by humans. If we humans are biased, this bias will be included in the technology. If the data we use to build technology is biased, the technology will also be biased. So we have to be really careful that the technologies that we create are not biased.
Okay, thank you. I think we should kind of move on with Katja, and then we will have kind of the joint discussion. I think there are still a lot of questions there, but so Kanya, if you give us a short introduction from an ethical point of view, which is your specialty, starting with maybe just, is there an overall discussion about kind of AI and ethics and human interaction with artificial intelligence that is going on today, and what does that mean for the topic we discussed today?
Well, thank you for that question. And I first have to start with saying that normally when I'm in a panel, I really say I'm very happy to be here. And I am happy to be here, but also not in a way, because we here, who are standing here, we have the difficult task to basically give bad news. We would like, child sexual abuse. We would like to say it's an easy problem and there's an easy solution, but we have kind of the horrible task of saying, well, maybe things are complex, and maybe AI, and here I'm following up on your question and on what Stanley says, AI is unfortunately not the magical wand, the magical thing that we would like it to be. And in my field, you asked about the ethics of AI. So first of all, there's a huge movement that talks about fairness, accountability, and transparency in AI. And AI is biased. It's often intransparent. And things, when we apply AI to classify cats and dogs, then the AI systems already make horrible mistakes. But now when we're going to apply it to the classification of child sexual abuse material, we would like to say, and every tech company that offers you this kind of systems will say, we know this for sure, for 99.999% sure, it will classify child pornography or child sexual abuse material correctly. But unfortunately, that's not really the case because it's complex. It's already complex to separate cats from dogs. And now we're talking, as other speakers talked, about rather broad categories from babies till 18-year-olds. And there are things that are on the boundary. There are teenagers that are experimenting. So we're posing an extremely challenging task to AI. And I'm not saying that it's completely useless, but I'm really saying you should take it with a large pinch of salt when people say, we know for sure that this works. We also have to think about the fact that AI, it's something, there's big commercial interests behind AI. And when we now see at the European level, we would go into the ethics, but I'm a lawyer, so I have to talk a little bit of law nevertheless. At EU level, for the last 2-3 years, there have been these enormous discussions about the proposed regulation for child sexual abuse material. Very controversial. Why? Because it's basically a law that proposes things that go against fundamental right protections, data protection, privacy rights, freedom of expression. It's a very complex discussion, and controversies have been going around because there are also commercial interests that say, you know, the person who creates the system that can be used by the police, by law enforcement, there is lots of money to make, and there's lots of reason to sell that. And every crown that we spend on AI systems is not spent somewhere else. And maybe, depending on the AI system, maybe that's a crown well spent. But I really would urge to think about the question, is this the best way to spend that crown on that AI system? Because then we really need to be sure that there's no better way of spending them. And finally, I am a lawyer, so I have to talk. There is this urgency, this tendency that we say, this is such an abhorrent crime. If we only sacrifice whatever for it, then we will all be safe. But unfortunately, that is not always really the case. You can sacrifice privacy rights, data protection rights, freedom of expression rights, and still the problem will not be solved. And unfortunately, we also, it's an abhorrent problem that we're talking about. At the same time, we cannot kind of create control society North Korea just for the sake of fighting this crime. And that's not a nice message to bring, but somebody has to say it.
I doubt anybody wants North Korea, but and I think we're not going into discussion about the regulation, but there is also the suggestions about kind of risk assessment and risk mitigation, and put that responsibility on tech companies, which is not only about child sexual abuse material. But we can come back because I have some questions about that. I want to ask Tove. Another kind of complexity or layer on all of this is that we're talking about children, and children have their special rights. And we have actually the most ratified international convention that relates to this, the Convention of the Rights of the Child. So Tove, can you give us a brief introduction of what is child rights perspective to this, if there is any? What does that mean? How should we understand?
So yes, there is a child rights perspective to this surprise. First of all, really happy to be here. Thank you for that. And also really happy that I'm here to talk about child rights and not about AI and the data protection, just making that clear. So yes, there is a child rights perspective to this question that is very important and very important for us to navigate in. To start, I want to say that even though this might seem like a new area in many ways, so it's new technology and new challenges, etc., the question around having a child rights perspective on different issues in society, that is not new. And having the child rights perspective sometimes being a challenge for those us adults having the responsibility to create solutions to difficult problems, that is not new either. There is, for example, something that we sometimes call the participation protection divide when it comes to child rights, and I will talk a little bit on that. So regardless if we are building playgrounds where children use slides and swings, or if we are building web crawlers to detect sexual abuse material, we need to keep all the rights of children in mind. That means thinking both about the rights of the child to play, to explore, to develop, to take part in society, to use its freedom of speech, all of that, but also the right to be protected from all kinds of violence and harm, the right to be safe, and of course, with that comes the adult responsibility that we have to create that protection. And this is what we call the protection-participation divide. This is built into the Convention on the Rights of the Child, and this is something that we work with always when we work with rights of children in different ways. And to keep those two in mind at the same time, that is something that we just need to do. It's not optional. It's something that we need to do. It's something that we need to manage. We need to remember that children have special rights in the Convention and that they also include the rights that Katja mentioned, for example. It's the right to privacy, to integrity, freedom of speech, all of that. Also, one important aspect of that is that when it comes to the digital environment, we heard some other speakers talk a little bit about that earlier. We sometimes see that adults seem to lose some of the balance that we have when we talk about child rights in other areas. So one example of that is that a parent would very, very rarely open a letter of a child, a letter and an envelope. But we see parents opening and reading text messages from children. That's very common. It's something many adults or parents think they have the right to do. And I don't say that it should never be done, but that you need to take into consideration the child's right to privacy, also when it comes to the digital environment. Also, in addition, and we have heard this many times here already, but a child can be everything from a newborn, a new rights bearer just being born into the world, and a 17-year-old activist with lots of experience of these issues and all kind of experience in speaking for and talking for his or her its rights. And this we need to keep in mind also when building those systems, not to think that we build systems that only fit for some children, but that we actually build systems that fit and works for all children. So in a way, yes, we add some complexity here, but I would also like to end by saying that, yes, we add some complexity, but it's not impossible. And also, we have a duty as adults to actually find ways of using the existing technology to combat child sexual abuse with those different aspects in mind that we bring to the table. And we have the responsibility to find those solutions. So we can't say walk over, it's too complex, but we have to step up to the challenge.
Thank you for that, Tove. And I think there is a risk that these conversations, and maybe especially with lawyers, I don't know, but can become a bit abstract. And so I would like to play a little with you to help us all understand what does it mean, what you have told us. What does it mean in practice? So I would like to test some ideas with you. And so you each have 3 paddles. Yes, no, it's complicated. And we will test some dilemmas, some potential usage of AI to protect children. And we will see what you say and see if I understand this. Yes. So can we use AI tools to detect and block the distribution of digital materials depicting child sexual abuse, including those generated by AI? What do you say?
No,
Yeah,
yes, no,
comment.
just to say that I think it's important to say that when we have technology that is reliable, we have a duty to use it. That's, I think that's important to say. But then with all the complexity that comes on that, it is complicated. Also here we have the last sentence also including that's adding some complexity to it. But yes, it's
And Stanley?
Yeah. I mean, I think what we can do with technology is we can almost do anything, but there is a limit to what we ought to do. Once again, having to take into account legal boundaries. So yes, we can, but it is complicated because there's always the question of ought we to do it.
And is there any kind of mitigating factors that, or circumstances where we can or where we ought to use it? Katja?
Well, if I go back to that discussed law, at the moment they say people should consent. So if you use WhatsApp or Telegram, you cannot send pictures or whatever unless you consent to it being scanned and classified. And then the question is that real consent? Well, everybody wants to use WhatsApp and Telegram, so that's very dubious, but I can imagine that there are situations where people give real consent because they want to contribute to fighting child sexual abuse. And I would say, if you can somehow create real consent, not what is on the table now, that would be a mitigating circumstance for me.
Thank you. Let's take the next one. Can we use AI-driven tools to help detect and block harmful interactions for users who are under the age of consent? So, for example, a parent can ensure that the child is only on, for example, social media platforms where you have this tool and it flags if the child do something that seems harmful. Yes, no, or complicated?
sorry about this. It's going to be complicated.
Yeah. I think it might be one last question where I force you not to say it.
Oh.
So, any comments?
No, I can add on the child rights perspective on this one, since that's more comfortable also talking on that perspective. So on this one, we know that all children grow up in different environments. So not all children have the same possibility of having a parent who is looking for the best interest of the child. And also not all children, of course, live with their caregivers, but or with parents, but we have children, for example, in institutions or even with controlling parents, etc. So here we have lots of child rights risks that we need to look into before sort of making those systems standard.
Thank you. Any comments?
No.
No? It's complicated, right? So let's test the next one. Can we use AI chatbots to identify and interact with adults whose online behavior indicates that they contact children for sexual purposes? For example, one concrete example is when people search for use keywords on Pornhub, for example, indicating that they are looking for child sexual abuse material. They write toddler or 2-year-old, something like that. Can we then use AI to try to deter them? Yes, no, complicated.
Yes.
Yeah, all right.
Do a little.
Okay, so it's a stronger yes here. Why?
Yeah, you go.
Well, I would say this is something that is actually happening in a law enforcement context as well. So compared to the other two examples, I would say this is something that's more happening, and also there's a kind of a legal context to do that. There's the example of Sweetie that was already, I don't know, 10 years ago, where you try to kind of lure out people who are looking for child sexual abuse.
No, yes, but this is a little of my area. But yes, I agree. This is, I mean, it also depends who is doing it, right? So if we're looking at law enforcement and we have seen the tools that they're already doing, then it's something else. If we have private actors, hence the complicated one, building tools. So, yes.
Yeah, and for me, just an association that I get when reading that question is the forthcoming AI regulation, where there are certain built-in transparency rights, and one must be told that one is interacting with the chatbot and be given the opportunity to withdraw. So there are certain transparency rights at play in certain pieces of legislation that are forthcoming. So
Okay.
That's why.
So if you know it's a chatbot, that's...
Well, you must be told that you're interacting with a chatbot in an AI context.
Thank you. So can we use AI to facilitate, and this would also be chatbots, to offer safe, anonymous online conversation for victims, or those who are at risk? So a way to talk about it without interacting with AI. Yes, no, complicated. Stanley, go on. Oh, yes, we have a clear yes. Yes. So you start. Why is this good? Or possible, or okay?
As long as one takes into account and balances all the fundamental rights that need to be taken into account, I view it as positive. If I now have to choose.
Yeah.
I try to be positive myself.
That's
and
good.
not just make everything complicated.
Good.
And to add to the complexity then, just say that it's really important then that this is connected to other child protection systems. So that we don't sort of create parallel systems that are not connected to other ways of connecting the child to existing systems that we have. So that would be the child rights perspective.
Okay. Thank you. Let's take a final one. Yes, so if... It's a bit similar maybe to the one we should. Maybe we should... Let's do this one instead. So can we use AI tools to search for patterns or clues in seized chat conversations? So this is not online. This is where the police has taken down or you have grooming cases and the police has access to this material. Can we use AI to identify victims and perpetrators? So this is not what's online, it is in a kind of law enforcement investigation. Is it okay to use AI then?
I would look at the lawyers in the
yes, no, okay. Yes, no, complicated. And why is it complicated? It's law enforcement, they do this all the time. What's the problem with using AI to do it?
The problem is that, once again, getting back to the term AI, what do we mean by AI? And if you start thinking of AI in terms of these black boxes that we don't quite understand how they work, we don't understand their logic because they are so mathematically complex that they're beyond our cognitive abilities, our human cognitive abilities. And AI sometimes has a tendency to see patterns that are totally illogical from a human perspective. But AI makes these connections, and this can lead to incorrect decisions or decisions that we don't understand. And we are now maybe going into getting into the trouble where we start making decisions based on AI's logic that we don't quite understand. So it's complicated.
It is complicated, and thank you. I think we've tried to nuance the understanding of the child, the perpetrator, and maybe we have nuanced and complicated the understanding of how we can use AI to combat this. To conclude, but this needs to be super short, I would like to ask each of you to share if you have one guiding principle that people should bring with them during the day to help us keep on track. Stanley.
Yeah, as society becomes more complex because the technologies we use become more complex, the problems are going to become more complex, and this means that the solutions will be more complicated, and no one discipline is going to provide the silver bullet. Lawyers on their own are not going to provide a solution, so collaboration, as someone earlier said, we're going to need to collaborate amongst us.
Thank you. Katja?
I would say don't fall in the trap of wishful thinking. We all want to solve this problem, but stay critical and a bit skeptical to a certain extent.
Okay. Collaborate, stay critical.
I'll be super short, but the first one is what I first said on being sure to keep in mind that children look in many different ways, have many different backgrounds, and have many different possibilities. And we need to keep that in mind when we create solutions. But the second principle also is to remember that once we have accurate and reliable technology in place, we also have a duty to use it.
Thank you.
So I would like to introduce the next session, where we will be discussing AI-generated child sexual abuse material. So childhood, we have been working on technical solutions on how to combat child sexual abuse for over 20 years. And it was back in 2019 when we started looking into specifically to which extent could AI help us combat child sexual abuse. But it wasn't until a year and a half ago that on our radar, we started noticing more and more often the new problem of AI being used to generate child sexual abuse material. And when we talk with the people that we know in our networks, they all agreed that it is a growing problem that is crucial for us to address. And that is why we feel it's very important to gather as many people as possible from different disciplines and sectors to address this challenge and to have conversations like the one we're about to have during this session. But before we do that, we actually want to also address how is AI being used already to combat child sexual abuse. Because we don't want the conversations throughout the day, during the lunch hour, to have people reinventing the wheel, if you will. So in order to highlight some of the ways that technology in general and AI specifically is already being used, I have asked Dan Sexton, who is the Chief Technology Officer of Internet Watch Foundation, to give us a short introduction on that note. And then we will move on to discuss specifically AI-generated child sexual abuse material. And as my colleague Erika mentioned earlier on today, these are issues that can be tough. If anything feels especially difficult, just take care of yourself, and if you need to, take a break. Thank you very much, and over to you, Dan.
Thank you, Suzanne, and thank you for the World Childhood Foundation for inviting me to speak today. I'm going to give a brief overview to sort of set the scene for the panel discussion and touch on use of AI, both for good and for bad. So just to start with, AI is one of the tools in the toolkit for technical interventions to prevent and tackle child sexual abuse material online. There are technical solutions are 100% required for this. Child sexual abuse online is a technology-facilitated crime, and the scale of which and the size is so vast, it's not going to be possible to fix the problem without scalable, accurate technical interventions. It's a key part of that, whether we're using network level filtering to prevent access to a website that's hosting CSAM, or hash lists to detect and block the distribution of known content. That technology has been around for years. IWF started providing the URL-less technology to prevent access in 2003. So it's been around for a really long time, and this technology has been very effective tools. AI is another one of those tools, and a really crucial one. It fills a lot of the gaps that we have with other technologies. It is already being used to detect new images and new videos. One of the challenges that we have with hash lists are incredibly effective and accurate, but they only find content that we've already seen. So how do we surface all of the rest of the content? How do we find that content, surface it, so it can be reviewed by humans, it can be assessed whether it's illegal or not, and be put onto those hash lists? And AI plays a key role there with imagery, and this is particularly relevant in the work of the IWF, which our work is very much focused on images and videos. It can also be used to highlight grooming and harmful behavior in a more privacy-preserving way. So rather than having to read through every message, and that's breach of privacy, you can use these technologies to highlight things without human intervention, surface them, and humans only need to look at the content which is deemed the highest risk. So it's actually a more privacy-preserving way of doing this potentially than human moderation. Age assurance and age verification I think, is a key component of a safe internet. So we have a lot of legislation and rules preventing harm to children, such as preventing adults from talking to children, which is a fantastic idea, crucial. But how do you know who children are, and how do you know who the adults are? And again, AI already playing a place here of providing privacy-preserving ways of identifying whether somebody is a certain age or not. And there are some other technologies which I'm less clear about. I think Suzanne was going to mention about video summarization and other tools.
Exactly. There are also companies that are developing tools using AI for video summarization, which means that, for example, when law enforcement is looking at a video of child sexual abuse, you have the tool letting them know where during that 1 hour of sexual abuse is the best point to pause and get a screenshot of, say, the victim's face or the perpetrator's face. And that's very important. And then you have voice analysis, where you can hear a language spoken in the abuse video, and you need help in improving the quality of the noise and then determining which language is being spoken to narrow down how to find the children involved in that material. And then, of course, for a very long time, we've had software just helping investigators bulk analyze images. So without even determining whether it's child sexual abuse material or not, just saying all of these images are of dogs or wallpaper and summer houses, and they might be interesting later in the investigation, but that's not something you have to concentrate on right now.
So all of these technologies and AI, it's been mentioned a few in the other talks today about magic wands and silver bullets. These are not magic wands and silver bullets. They're not even really meant to replace existing technologies. They're layered together. So we have this ecosystem to identify. It is, many people have said, it's a complex problem. What we shouldn't be doing is looking for one solution, but actually all of the solutions targeted in different places to prevent the entire ecosystem there. I've mentioned here is the AI enables us to find needles in haystacks, to surface the things of the huge amount of conversation, messages, videos, and images being circulated to the internet. AI can help us find the ones that are the highest risks, get human moderation, and turn those into things. It has the potential with these layered technologies to stop the distribution of content and stop harm before it begins. Now, I've talked about how AI is a key part of the solution, about testing and training and using classifiers. AI is also, unfortunately, starting to become part of the threat. About just over a year ago, we had our first public report of a sexual image of a child sexual abuse image that appeared to have been created with a computer. So this is the advent of generative AI. Now, one of the things that we've noticed most obviously about this is the scale and the acceleration of the technology, how quickly it's got so much better. A few years ago, well, pre-May, but May this year, child protection organizations like ourselves were worried about, were looking for emerging threats, but all eyes were at that time were on the metaverse, were on extended reality and virtual reality. We did not see this coming because it accelerated so quickly. And you can see here the scale of a benign image here, how quickly it accelerated into the photorealistic imagery. We have seen the same advancements with images, severe images of child sexual abuse. And in that, the IWF, when we first got this report, we did a study, and we've released some information about this, about the use of generative AI in dark web forums to create photorealistic images of children being sexually abused. We've reviewed over 30,000 images in total so far. Of those, more than 6,000 of those we deemed as illegal. The other images themselves were still of children, and many of them, I think you would, if you saw them, you would also find them deeply objectionable, but they didn't meet our standards, UK standards for UK law for illegality. 85% of those were photorealistic, so practically indistinguishable from real images of children. And you can only see how potentially this is a new threat that's going to start to change that landscape and change some of those traditional approaches to combating child sexual abuse. So it's something we definitely need to adapt to. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we delve into the conversation, I also want to nuance some things when it comes to AI-generated child sexual abuse, that it can range from everything, as you mentioned, from very realistic images to images that are not realistic at all. And it can also range from deep fakes, in other words, where on purpose you want the image to resemble a specific child. And it can be a child that you've already seen in child sexual abuse material. It can be a child from Instagram. It can be the child of a celebrity. But it can also be images where there is no particular, at least not on purpose, it's a new face and it's not supposed to resemble any one child. And so this nuance is also needed to understand some of the complexities that we will be discussing. Now, Dan, during your presentation, you mentioned that Internet Watch Foundation came out with the report. While the report was underway and then once it was finished, were there any elements to the report that surprised you?
I think the first thing was, and I think you've seen on the slide, just how quickly the technology had advanced. The takeaway that I found most concerning, the biggest shock there, and I think it relates very much to the discussions we had about different perpetrator types and harm types. When we're on the dark web forums, these are places that are dedicated to people who are there to discuss and share child sexual abuse imagery. So in those cases, it's the same offender types. It's a new technology, it's a new tool. I think most worrying for me has been the advent of the sort of commercialization and of wide availability of those deepfake tools. So the ability, in that case, you're not necessarily looking at the same offenders, it's new offenders, new perpetrators, children, in many cases, creating sexual imagery of their peers, of other children. And that, I think, is a real concern, because in one case, you've got new technology, but the same perpetrator type. But now we have the combination of both a new technology and potentially a new type of perpetrator. So children are doing something, creating sexual imagery of their peers. I think that's a real concern of how we address that.
And that's interesting. We'll be discussing also what effect this has both on children and on perpetrators. And as you mentioned, that it is even broadening the scope of who can perpetrate and against whom.
Yes.
Something that was also mentioned is, of course, in the report, how difficult it is to see whether or not this material has been AI generated. On that note, Kristina, you work for the Swedish Research Institutes. Okay, the Research Institutes. Yes, sorry. It's difficult to see whether it's been AI generated. Now, technically, how difficult is it to determine whether an image has been AI generated?
It is becoming more and more difficult. It's difficult now. It's going to be impossible, I think, because at the end of it, what we're doing is simply creating photos with pixels and texts that are like all other texts, right? So if it's good enough to be like a human, then we'll end up where it's impossible to distinguish this unless it has provenance, right? That's something we can work with. Where did it come from? who sent it and so on. Does it exist before? And we work with that in journalism, for example, provenance for pictures. But at the moment when we try to detect it, it's because AI so the generative AI is mainly large language models, so-called diffusion models. And what they do is that they take the most probable word or pixel in a set, right? So given the question, given the data you have before, it will simply take the next most probable word. And you can kind of find out if it's AI by checking if it takes the next probable word, right? That model, but then it's just for one model, right? So it's simply slightly protected by the fact that almost all solutions use a tiny set of models, but this is not what's going to happen because we get more open source solutions. They are being fine-tuned, that is like further trained to be different, and some of them are being fine-tuned for sexual abuse material.
And on that note, that they're being fine-tuned for that purpose. So sometimes we see in the news that or in research as well, that they have found within the training data instances of child sexual abuse material being used. However, in very, very small quantities, relatively speaking. But what we do know and understand is that you don't need actual child sexual abuse material in the training data in order to create child sexual abuse material. Would you like to comment on how that works?
So one thing that is really amazing, and also, of course, in this case, problematic with these types of technologies, is that they're very good at synthesizing material. If I wanted to write a cybersecurity plan in the style of King James Bible, it'll be amazing. And in the same sense, of course, if it knows about how humans look like without clothes, and it knows about how children look like, you can prompt it to get something. And it's not quite perfect yet. I can challenge everyone here who has an image-generating large language model like ChatGPT or DALL-E to check if it can draw you an image of a bride that carries a bridegroom into a house, because it can't. So there's this slight possibility that you can take things so much out of the training data, because there are no pictures of brides carrying bridegrooms, that it actually cannot, but we don't know.
But what we have seen in the Darknet forums, where they're sharing the different data sets and the libraries, so to say, is also that what they're using to facilitate it more and more is legal pornographic material to make the models understand what does penetration look like, what does this look like. Is this something that's been discussed at Internet Watch Foundation, considering the material that you're seeing produced?
It has, and when we've had discussions with industry, I mean, part of our work is technical interventions. Part of it is supporting industry to make the right choices, to make their products safer. So when we've talked to AI companies that are developing these sorts of models, not including pornography, sexual images of adults in your training sets has been proven to go a long way to preventing misuse to create sexual images of children. I think some of the early mistakes of the open source models, they were trained on huge amounts of parts of the internet, and the internet has a large amount of sexual imagery, a large amount of pornography. There is very little to prevent access to that. So the way that these models are built is using web crawling and scraping. That requires automated access to websites. You can only get the automated access to the websites if there is no age verification, there's no identity verification. So the freely available access to pornography has enabled us to pull down all that pornography, put it into training sets, put it into models, and that's now created child sexual abuse imagery. Now, I don't think anyone thought of that when the internet was young and pornography started escaping of, well, in 25 years, will this be used to create sexual imagery of children? I think we thought that, but this is the consequence of a lack of safety by design in the internet in general to get to that point. And as far as those usage, we talked about the fine training, the way that we've seen the fine tuning, so you've got these models already can create sexual imagery, they can already create images of children, and therefore they can create sexual imagery of children, regardless of whether they've been trained on it. The demand from the offender communities has been, and this is quite upsetting, I'm sure, for some, is demand for more imagery of specific people.
Yes.
So training on public personas, on celebrities, de-aging of adults into children, and one of the biggest demands has been existing victims. So we talk about prevention, we talk about protecting children and protecting victims, getting their data onto hash lists to prevent distribution. there's a big part of those victims feeling like their content is not on the internet anymore. But what we're seeing is offenders that are asking to create new content of children that have already been abused, have probably been, hopefully been safeguarded, that they're now maybe adults and survivors, and there's new content of new abuse. And I can only imagine how that feels to those victims.
And that actually leads us into the discussion we also need to have on what effect this has on children. Because some people think that AI-generated child sexual abuse material might be a victimless crime. And what we're discussing now specifically are deepfakes. And as you mentioned, it absolutely has an effect, and also the fact that children themselves are using certain tools to create deepfakes of classmates and friends, and it's spreading in that realm. And then the children you mentioned whose abuse continues because others are creating it. Now, one thing we know also is that the fact that the quantity is rising is, of course, affecting law enforcement. I believe you mentioned it's like a needle in a haystack. Someone we know said that it's going to be a needle in a land of haystacks. But what does that mean for children when law enforcement is being overwhelmed by material and they don't know for sure whether it's been AI generated or not?
Well, in Sweden, this is not a huge problem because we don't make a difference legally between AI-generated and not AI-generated. It's still illegal.
That's certainly true for in our work in content removal. So if an image appears to be of a child being sexually abused, it needs to be removed from the internet. It's illegal. It does raise a lot of concerns amongst law enforcement agencies who are using that intelligence to safeguard children at risk. So which ones do you safeguard? Which one? So there's two aspects of that. One is you're potentially chasing after a child that doesn't exist. That's wasting police time, and that means that's time that could have been spent on safeguarding real children. The other, on the other aspect of that, and this is where we have some concern about tools that might be able to identify potential AI-generated content and synthetic, is if you get it wrong, you're potentially choosing not to look to investigate an image because you think that it's AI generated and that's a real child. So in both cases there, we have a dilemma for law enforcement where there is no good answer. You're potentially wasting resource chasing after someone that doesn't exist, or you're not looking for a real child in danger because you're not sure if they're real or not. So that uncertainty is only going to lead to worse outcomes, I think, for safeguarding of children by our law enforcement agencies.
And we see a lot of work being done in trying to figure out how to classify wrongly classify images and text, right? So if you make AI-generated text, you want to classify it as human, and the vice versa. So you could also see specific work being done to get your sexual abuse classified as AI. And that would be fairly easy, I think.
It's the constant race of technology for good and for bad.
I think one of the problems here, in a sense, is that technology is a wonderful lever for doing things, right? The same technology that is going to empower small distributors to make movies, and already is, right, with better special effects, better technology, is also empowering people to do this. And it's tricky, right, because all technology works like that.
And also another problem that we've touched upon when it comes to the fact that the quantity is growing is also the fact that how is this affecting the perpetrators? So what we see in the Darknet forums is, of course, that there's a lot of discussions about it. There are people asking for specific material being created, learning how to create it themselves. But what do we know about the psychological effects it has in general, viewing child sexual abuse material and viewing AI-generated child sexual abuse material on perpetrators and potential perpetrators? Because I'll be honest, we have, during many conversations at Childhood, had people, good people, I want to emphasize, ask us, but isn't this perhaps potentially a good thing that people are creating and watching AI-generated child sexual abuse material instead of asking for or creating material using real children, so to say? So I feel that however uncomfortable that question is, it's something that needs to be addressed.
I mean, I agree, it does something, it is being asked, and I don't want to dismiss it out of hand. It is something that does need to be discussed. one aspect of that is we're talking in some cases about content that's indistinguishable from real content. So at this point, once someone's created that content and said, I have created this with a computer, that's AI generated, everyone knows. But as soon as it leaves that space, and what happens with imagery on the internet is it goes everywhere. It gets multiplied millions of times. It gets downloaded, it gets re-uploaded. You lose that context. And at that point, it is not an AI generated image as far as everyone is concerned. It's a real image of a child being raped. And that's what it becomes. So that idea that this is good in some way, it might, even if it is in one particular context, high availability of images and videos of children, and I'll just caveat, this is primarily imagery we're talking about. We have seen examples of people trying to use video, and it's one of the big concerns, but it hasn't manifested yet. But the higher availability of child sexual abuse content on the internet is not going to be a good thing. It's not a good thing for you to view as a user of the internet. It does not make the internet a better place. I've been working in an organization where myself and my colleagues will be viewing this content. Nobody should have to view that as well as the victim and the victims, but the effect on those that view it. Okay, we really need to understand that. So high availability is not a good thing. Indistinguishable, it's not a good thing. There are also concerns, and I think this is an area which needs more study. I think that question really needs to be robustly answered is, does viewing and creating this content lead to a desire for contact abuse? Does it lead to a desire for real children? I don't know the answer to that question, but at the moment I cannot see any positives in our work about being able to create an infinite number of photorealistic images of children being sexually abused.
I agree about the not positive, but I think one thing we also have to ask ourselves is what does it do to children to see this material on the net? Because this is a huge problem already, not necessarily only with CSAM, but with ISIS videos. We've had other sexual material. I mean, this is a huge problem, right? And I think that one thing we talk too little about is safe spaces, because they cost. So children are in a number of places on the internet, often because there's nowhere else to be. They won't access videos on YouTube, but there is no safe YouTube. There's YouTube Kids now. It's still fairly unsafe, because to make these places safe is expensive. And this is also part of this problem, I think, that we want to solve this in an inexpensive way. And I don't mean we, but as a society. And I don't think there's a really inexpensive way to really help.
And circling back to what you said, Dan, about research, one thing you mentioned, actually, Christina, during one of our conversations, is that there is no research showing that watching child sexual abuse material in any way mitigates, like actually deters people from committing child sexual abuse. That's number one. Number two, there is research, not enough, but there is research saying that actually from a Finnish organization named Suojellaan, where they had a big survey with thousands and thousands of people on child sexual abuse forums who were answering questions about why they view child sexual abuse material. And on that note, almost 42%, 42% said that after watching child sexual abuse material, they had tried to seek direct contact with children. So it led them, they themselves felt that it led them to that. And 58% said that they were afraid that continuing watching child sexual abuse material would lead to them contacting a child. So it seems as if watching child sexual abuse material, and the hypothesis would be it doesn't matter if it's AI generated or not, will actually not in any way deter people from contacting a child. And so with more and more material available and more perhaps perpetrators or potential perpetrators being sucked in, it's not strange to say that it might also lead to actually more actual children being abused. But we really do need more funding for more research on the topic. Otherwise, prevention is difficult to develop. Now, also, we've touched upon the ethical aspects of this. I know that within the research community, Christina, these specific questions of AI-generated child sexual abuse material are not widely discussed. But of course, AI and ethics are very much discussed. What are your thoughts on that and how it relates to the issues we discussed today?
So one problem with AI and ethics is that it's often discussed by people who are either in the ethics community or they are cross-disciplinary like I am. But often we lack the education and the discussion on the more technical side. This is not actually something I think that engineers don't talk about, but so I once worked with journalism for 2 years at the as a researcher, and they have this entire red thread throughout their educations about how ethics work and practical ethics, and they also have that in newsrooms, right? If you have, like, you know as a journalist that, okay, so this might be a red flag thing, name publication, you know who to talk with, the organization knows how to keep that information in its organizational mind, right, and how to treat it. And very many software companies do not, right? It's not built in. So I feel that single engineers very often bring up questions like this might be problematic, but there's no way to keep them in mind. And they're also tricky for the companies. Companies are very often asked to do things that are way above what technology can solve, like Facebook being asked to solve democracy, more or less, right? Which is problematic, both because we don't want our democracy to be solved by Facebook, right? But also because it can't be just solved technically. So I very often talk about a car analogy, right? That we have cars, they kill people every year, and we know this. We still want to have cars, but we have like this faceted set of solutions to this, right? We start by asking people who make cars, they should make seatbelts, deformation zones, and so on. But we don't stop there, because some problems with cars killing people can't be solved by that alone. So we also have solutions where we have driving licenses, we have education, we have traffic laws, and furthermore, we have road design to make, you know, we do a lot of research on seeing where do cars crash, how do we design roads. And we have insurance. We get money into it by forcing people to accept having insurances. And we also have hospitals, right? And I think that entire set is what have to be in place here. If we push it on the technology only, we're going to get the same problem we have with social media, which is that it didn't work, right? We still have the same problem with social media as before. And with all these elections coming up that have both the social media and AI problem. Yeah.
I think the analogy with roads and cars actually I think is really good. So for the Dutch in the room, my understanding is the reason why Holland has such good cycling infrastructure was because of in the 70s an unacceptably high number of children dying in road traffic accidents, which prompted a complete redesign to prioritize the most vulnerable.
Yeah.
Why can't we do that with the internet? We should be prioritizing an internet which is safe for the most vulnerable. And if we did that, and the effects now in Holland has been better, cleaner air, more active transport, all of these things, but it was because cross-partisan approach of there are too many children dying, we need to change. And that was the thing that drove the change there. And the rest of the world, well, not the rest of the world, but certainly in the UK enough, we're looking at it thinking, why didn't we make those? Not enough children died in the UK to change our road infrastructure.
I think that one of the main reasons is that we have managed to get those points in, you know, from a point of governance, right? But when it comes to modern technology, we have far too little technological competence in governance. And so we can't solve these problems because, in a way, we know how to include economic and legal problems in our governance, but the technical competencies are still lacking. I think actually, especially in Sweden. And so this is one reason I think that we failed to do this for the internet, because I first got internet access 1992, which is quite a while ago. And these discussions were there. There's a lot of people who are active in electronic frontier foundations and so on that had those discussions a long time ago, but no one would listen to them because first internet was not, you know, super important, and then somehow we didn't manage to get technological competence into governments. And this is still hounding us, I think. And this is why Stella Polaris is such a good initiative, actually, because we need to get those discussions going where we actually understand what can technology do and what cannot technology do. And the discussion by, for example, Professor De Vries earlier, when she says that we don't, AI has problems too, so we have to figure out how to make that work. I think that's, in recognizing, we have to look at bias, hallucinations, and so on.
So this always happens when we discuss this topic. We're unfortunately running out of time. However, on the note of technical competencies and the internet, I know that there was a white paper that came out recently by the organization Thorn, together with another organization.
All Tech is Human.
All Tech is Human, and as I understand, all of the biggest AI companies really got together to write this white paper, and you were also involved. Could you share a little bit, because there you have the technical competencies in the room, developing and addressing the issue of AI-generated child sexual abuse material?
Yeah, I think it was, for those that haven't read this, there's safety in particularly model training, is a great example of voluntary getting all the parties, including industry, and that's what they're showing. By having industry in the room there, you're showing what can be done. So this isn't just a regulator saying you must do this, or just fix this problem, or tech companies should do more, which I agree, but does that mean? This is specifically, these are achievable things. For me, that means that it's a lot easier to hold tech companies to account because they're involved in the process. So you can't say it's not possible, the technology's not there, because they were part of the development. So I think it's crucial that it's a great model. It's about models. Apologies. It's a great model, actually, for sort of voluntary and collaborative approaches to safety by design, and the key is design. There's a little bit of it of the horse feels like it's bolted. We should have done this a few years ago before we got those first reports, but it's still a really positive collaboration. I'd like to see more of that with industry, with regulators, with academia, to show what is the art of the possible, how do we safely design things, and not give up just because of the harms we've already seen. So yeah, really positive paper.
It's a very good paper. I think you should all actually look into it, because I was really hopeful when I read it. I think you're quite right. And I think that we have to hold people to account, but that's why we have to understand where they can be accountable.
Absolutely.
Thank you both very much. We will now move on to the next session. I believe it's my job to... Voilà. And the next session, we will be addressing something that we've touched upon already, namely Darknet and Darknet communities. I welcome everyone to the stage. And with me, we have Erika Olsson, my colleague, who is the project coordinator at Stella Polaris, who will be helping me moderate this session. Matthijs Hominga from the Dutch company WebIQ, and Mats Kvarnström from Palescope, and Katie Cohen from FOI, which is the Swedish Defense Research Agency. Welcome, everyone.
Yeah. Thank you.
So when it comes to Darknet, it's something that not everyone understands, and it's also almost a little bit mythical, you could say. And that is why we will be discussing during this session the various aspects of Darknet and Darknet communities, subcultures, radicalization, perpetrators, and also what data exists and how can that help us really in combating child sexual abuse and advancing prevention strategies.
Yeah. And I want to just remind everyone here in the room and everyone watching in the live stream that we will be looking at some graphic text descriptions of conversations happening in Darknet forums. So if at any point you feel like you want to take a break, do so. As Susanne said, there are a lot of misconceptions surrounding the Darknet and what is happening in the Darknet. But we're going to back a little bit and just start with focusing on what Darknet actually is. So, Matthijs, we have asked you to prepare a short presentation. You have the clicker over there.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. Let me... that works. Thank you for having me here. First of all, I'd like to say that I'm part of a company providing technology solutions. But in this domain, we have the humble role of providing data and collecting data. So we're providing no real end solutions to this problem, but we're providing the first data that others in a network can work with. We also provide data from the dark web and the darknet, and I will let you know what the darknet actually is. So in short, and I will go in some details after this, it's very much like the normal web. You will find websites there. You can visit those websites. You can interact with others on the dark web. And there's one difference is that you cannot see each other's IP address. And what that means, I will explain later. But it gives you a good start for anonymity. And anonymity is a good start for a lot of other things. So there on top of the internet, all these connected computers and other devices around the world, there is the World Wide Web. And on the World Wide Web, you have all these websites that you can visit with your web browser, right? A part of that web is what we call the clear web or surface web. And that's the part that is visible to everybody, that you can find in Google. But Google doesn't see all of the websites out there. So there's a large part that we call the deep web. And it's not a criminal area or something. The deep web is just that part of the web that is behind a login, maybe your bank account that you visit online, your private social media, the interactions that you have. It's estimated that around, 96% of the information out there on the deep web is on the deep web, and the rest is on the clear web. A little bit into the technical details, just 1 minute. When you're connected to the internet and when you are using the web and visiting a website, you are using an IP address. And that IP address is used by you, but also the website has an IP address. And it allows you to find each other, to connect, like a normal street address or a phone number. It's not just a random number. The number is often associated with an organization or a location that you have. So by connecting to a website, you know a little bit about the website, and then the website knows a little bit about you, maybe where you live. Now, a couple of decades ago, a few people have invented a way to be a little bit more anonymous. And this originated maybe from the idea that you want to operate a free speech forum in a country where there is an oppressive government. And they invented several ways of being more anonymous, and that's what I call anonymizing darknets. And the Tor network is one of the most famous ones. And on top of this darknet, they created another web with websites, which is more anonymous, where you still have websites. They look a little bit different in the name, and you need a special browser to connect to it. And you're not connecting directly to this website, but via a smart rerouting, and that will lead to the fact that you don't know each other's IP address. So that's it, actually. So the dark web, in a technical sense, is a place where you can be a bit more anonymous. It's only a small fraction of the internet traffic, but still every day 2.5 million people are using the darknet. And there are about 45,000 active websites there called hidden services. These websites go down a lot and pop up somewhere else. So this is quite a dynamic set of websites there. While I was talking, there was a little animation. That's how quick you can, download the Tor browser and get up and running. So it's super easy to connect to the dark web and make your first steps there. Just wanted to show you something. The dark web is not only about child abuse. There's a lot of other stuff going on, innocent stuff, people discussing their interest in My Little Ponies, but also a lot of trading. Drugs trading is quite big on the darknet. Weapon shops. We also see things like this, very obscure, where you see that there's organ trading going on. Super tiny topic there, but we still see it. This is in dollars, but most of the time all the transactions on the dark web are, of course, in cryptocurrencies like the Bitcoin. And then there is the topic of today. WebIQ, we collect data from all kinds of corners of the dark web. In total, we estimate that there are around more than 10,000 sites that are related to child sexual exploitation. Just a few hundred of them are forums where a lot of people meet, actually. The rest is chat rooms, but also a lot of websites that just publish this child abuse material. These forums are quite big, so there are some of them close to 500,000 users who signed up for that. It doesn't say that all of them are super active, so some are just there to get the material in, while others are interacting more. So yeah, it's a huge community, and Mats, I think you will tell us a little bit more about what's happening there as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. So I hope you all have a little bit more of an understanding of the difference between the clear web, which most of all, or I would say all of us, use almost every day, and the darknet, which would require a different kind of browser to access, which of course allows for the anonymity. We will next hear from Katie Cohen, explaining a bit more about her research from FOI, specifically about threatening online behavior and radicalization processes.
Yes. Would you like me to?
Yeah, please.
Thanks. Let's see if I can figure this out.
Big green button.
Simple as that. Yeah, so I work at the Swedish Defence Research Agency, which is abbreviated FOI, an acronym that doesn't even make sense in Swedish, but anyway. My research is centered around intelligence analysis, mainly of online communication. I went working together with computer scientists to develop machine learning models that help identify, for instance, hate speech, violent extremist propaganda, or expressions of criminal intent in large datasets. One of my main research interests is online radicalization. The concept of radicalization is based on the fact that, as a general rule, you don't suddenly wake up one morning and decide to commit a violent crime. Rather, you gradually change your views and your way of thinking over time. It's a psychological process and also a social one. The online environments can facilitate radicalization by providing inspiration, tactical knowledge, moral justification, and a sense of belonging. And the process is usually visualized as a staircase, or as in this case, a pyramid with different stages. The reason why we want to map this process like this is because any preventative measure needs to be adapted to the different stages in the process. You will need a different intervention down here than up there. So how can we find and recognize radicalization in large datasets? By analyzing existing cases, we have identified a set of indicators, that is behavioral or linguistic patterns that statistically differ from other people's behavior or from the same person's normal behavior. It could, for instance, be fixation on some specific topic or an exaggerated interest in, say, weaponry or certain crimes. Each of these indicators may not be significant on its own, but when they occur together, they seem to form a pattern. And I believe that this general idea of a distinguishable and observable process, a pathway to offending, this can be applied to many kinds of criminal activity, including sexual abuse. And it would be interesting to examine and compare the behavioral indicators of different kinds of radicalization. Yeah.
Thank you. And we, please take a seat. And we open up now for questions from your fellow panelists.
If there are any.
If there are any. If not, we have a bunch, yeah.
Yes, I was thinking, so of course, I think that one of the first questions is, did you apply any of this research to the topic of today?
No, no, we don't. That's what I would like to do, but it hasn't happened yet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, one argument there would be that, I mean, child sexual abuse is certainly falling under the umbrella of protection, even on a national level. So how are you working to bring that question up? Because you are very engaged in this question within your own passion, so to say, but also you're trying to get that integrated into your research as well.
Yes.
And how is the conversation going?
Well,
are you facing a lot of reluctance?
I have to say yes. I think this is a very difficult subject to discuss with people because it is the sensitive nature of children being abused, and people don't want to talk about it and feel uncomfortable. That's the main thing I've noticed when I try to bring it up. And then also it's the question of, as I work at a defense research agency where a big deal, let's say 50% of what we do has applications within the military. And I think children are not seen as having as high status, if I may say so. It sounds really harsh, but that's how I sometimes perceive how they respond to this question.
Well, one thing we work with within Stella Polaris is just learning from other fields. So even if for we were not to address this issue, we find, I mean, the reason we invited you here is because we feel that your research is highly applicable, and there has been far too little research when it comes to radicalization and pathways to offending when it comes to child sexual abuse. So the question is, what can we learn both from the actual how to conduct the research, but also the findings of the research, and are there similarities or dissimilarities?
Yes.
On that note, I have a question for you. Have you seen, because I don't know very much about your specific target group, but when it comes to online offenders and potential offenders, what we see is that there are different value systems and beliefs among them, something that Christopher mentioned as well when it comes to the complex nature. So you have people who offend against children, but who express a love for children in their own way. And then you have people who are sadists and have no love for children in any way in their own mind. How do radicalization processes perhaps differ within subcultures when there are different values and belief systems, but they still belong to the same subculture?
Yes. What I find is that radicalization processes are actually surprisingly similar, whether you are, let's say, an Islamist terrorist or a school attacker or whatever, a stalker of public figures. And I think it would probably be, if I was to look into the sexual abuse offender community, I think it would be the same. So maybe the rationale, the explanation for why you're doing what you're doing and why you're being radicalized differs. The psychological process and the social process is pretty much the same.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to redirect our focus a little bit, not to look into the conversations which is actually happening on the Darknet forums and the data we're picking on from the Darknet forums directly, but rather to the forums that law enforcement are taking down. And the main issue here that we have heard time and time again in conversations with both law enforcement and with within the domain expertise is that the data contained, we're talking about, as Monthoux said, hundreds and thousands of accounts. We're talking about a large amount of data. And the challenge is to sift through that data, to find the relevant information, to find the people who we can learn more about, their behaviors, and find insights that we might not see from the very beginning. So I want to hand over to you, Mats, from the company Paliscope. This was a question that you set out to explore more. And in a project funded by Stella Polaris, you actually developed a tool to kind of sift through this data, or make it easier to sift through the data, which is taken down by law enforcement. So,
Can I go over there?
Yes, please. Yeah. Please.
Yes, thank you for reminding me. Well, there's a play button, yeah. So, when you're analyzing these forums, they might be huge. As Monthoux said, it could be millions of messages, and how do you sift through that? I talked to law enforcement agencies. They have Excel files, like 10,000 Excel files, and they're actually using search to go through this, and just to get that grasp of how they're talking. So just displaying that data in like a chat analysis, like a chat box like that helps a lot. So they can just go through the data as it was written, so to speak. And you also have time pattern analysis, or just showing when this was written, because that might also be crucial to see. You have patterns of life where you have like they're online 3 weeks and they're offline 2 weeks, and online they don't have normal work. So these kind of things that they only get indications of what they're doing, not saying anything. We're not having a silver bullet again. It's just and this is not AI at all. This is, of course, just to display it in a certain way. That makes it much easier for the investigator to look at. But then you also have different use tags. So on these forums, you might have, they have multiple personalities. They have multiple personas. So they are having different user tags, but they are the same person, just to lure people in. For example, this was a grooming forum, and so the police knew about one person, one user tag, but they were suspecting that this is probably has different user tags. So you want to get to the victims that this person has gotten to. So I say here it could be millions of messages and possibly 100,000 of users. So it's impossible to go through using search in Excel. So we have a tool called YOS here, and NLP that stands for Natural Language Processing, which is basically when you identify people and persons, organizations, telephone number, emails, and stuff like that. So it's like a helping tool to get entities to what they're talking about. So, so this pattern of life and the standard things that you might have in these kind of tools helps a bit. But then we want to look at how they're writing to be able to identify. It's like having, you might want to look through Alexander Dumas' books and see, was it actually the same writer writing all these books? And then you can actually analyze that, no, there are possibly different, there are different writers who did this. This is the same kind of thing you want to do here, but you want to find the similarities. So they're writing in the same way. And we cannot say what that way is. It's just looking at patterns in the data, how are they using words, in which order, what are they talking about, and so forth. So that's another tool from this is a linkage analysis where you have this person have talked to that and that, but this doesn't help for the user tag, the multiple user tags, because they're talking to different persons. So each of these. So then you have something called word embeddings. So where you want to describe something like, and this is a very good example now here, with the queen, woman, man, and king. So if you take, you're looking at how's the use queen used in all kinds of texts. And that's typically used in a very similar context as princess or king or any royalty, or it could even be a state leader, you know, a prime minister or something like that. But then you get kind of representations. You don't want to get stuck up on the word. You cannot search. You don't know what you're searching for. You don't want to search specifically for queen or king. But this is a way to, they have the same representation mathematically in the text. They're used in the same way. So that's something, when you look into this AI, there's embeddings everywhere. And that's kind of a representation, very mathematical representation of something. We don't know what that is. They were very high dimensional, typically like hundreds of dimensions of these mathematical vectors. But you can use that to say, what are they talking about? You can like ask. So when you do this, you do this for all the text that is out there. So you compute these embeddings, and then you say, okay, for user tag number 1, you say, what are they talking about? So you kind of, that gives you a profile of what they're writing about. So for example, looking at big forums, you might say that this person is typically writing about white hate or NASA, whatever it could be. So you can get topics out of this, and you can also then group them. You can say, these two persons, they're writing in the exact same way. They're kind of luring people, for example, or so, in the example of the grooming. So these embeddings are just a mathematical description. You don't have to look at them. You cannot look at them because they're just a bunch of numbers. But you can use them for grouping here. So for the grooming forum, there's a lot of dots here. These are high dimensional. You cannot look at them, but we can display them in 2 dimensions in one way, you can say. So things that are closed in this high dimensional space, they should be closed in this 2-dimensional space. And then you can see here. So in this case here, we had, this here was, I think it was 6 or 7 users who were the same person. So you could have detected them by looking at the time pattern of use, but this actually, so the police knew about one of these, so then they could look into that person and see, and when you display them on top of each other and seeing how are they writing, you see that they're writing exactly the same sentence to 5 different persons using 5 different user tags. So that gives you a very good indication that this is the same person. So we can then see the groomers and the victims. They also write in a special way. They typically tag along a lot, and they're with the conversation. It's quite scary to read. And then you have, here is just an example of scammers, which are just bots writing stuff to persons that are totally different than anything else. We did this for a huge, large forum with millions of messages. It's impossible to look at. And we use this to actually, the first cluster is then, this didn't have a language, so there's not a particular language here. So what we did was actually, you can see those clusters, which are the language they're using. But of course, a German would use other words than a Japanese user. So this is, but inside those clusters, you have clusters within clusters then. That's one way of sifting through the materials. There's not a silver bullet. We're not saying at any time, we're not saying this is the perpetrator, go for that. We're giving the police the possibility to actually sifting through this in various ways. And this with the chat analysis is one way of doing that, on top of what you might do as well, or what you typically do. And this is just another way of, here you have, for example, here we have one user on this forum that this is all the other users he's talking to. So this is a moderator in this case, so he's talking to a lot of different persons, or talking to, it might be like threads where there are lots of persons in that thread, of course, but then you can get this connectivity on top of this. The law enforcement officer is always on top of this. There's no silver bullet at all. Yeah, that's...
Thank you. So when Periscope first approached us, the fact of the matter is that From German Federal Police, you had been given access to the taken down forum Boys Town, which is the last forum that you were showing us data about. And the hypothesis was, that this cluster algorithm might work. And I remember distinctly, this was early on in Stella Polaris, that it was quite fascinating to see one of these cluster algorithms. And the first thing that I remember you said that you looked at was whether the 3 administrators of the forum were clustered closely together, because you'd assume that they had exchanged a lot of information between themselves. So if they were not clustered together, then the cluster algorithm would obviously not be working, but they were essentially on top of each other. And then you had the other clusters, 32 dimensions, I believe.
Yeah, it is, original. So it's very hard to look at for a normal human being.
But another fascinating thing I remembered, other than the languages, which is more obvious, was also that you discovered clusters where, let's say, 5 users were clustered together, but they had exchanged very few messages. So one might wonder, why are they clustered if seemingly they're not communicating with each other? And then I was told that when you looked into the details, which is something that this solution would allow law enforcement to do, you could see that they were implying that they were in contact elsewhere. And that, of course, is highly relevant for law enforcement to know that this might be a high-risk group of individuals because they're communicating with each other somewhere else. They don't even want it to be visible. So for that, we thank you that you developed this tool. Not only is it available through YOS, but also something we agreed upon from the very beginning within Stella Polaris together with Periscope is that the solution is accessible to researchers and to other companies who want to learn more in order to further the field. So you can always contact Stella Polaris or Mats directly at Periscope if you want to learn more. And we did, in fact, organize an event for some of the foremost researchers in the world when it comes to perpetrator prevention, because this is not just relevant for law enforcement, but again, something we keep emphasizing is that we need more research and we need more data. And this is one type of data that is theoretically highly accessible. It's taken down, it's historical, and it could help us better understand pathways to offendings and perpetrators and how to safeguard children.
Yeah. So thank you.
Thank you.
In 2019, as Susanne mentioned before, we, together with Her Majesty the Queen, arranged an AI roundtable at the Royal Palace in Stockholm. Attending was the company WebIQ, where Matthijs is working, and it inspired you to create a new tool for allowing more stakeholders to clear the web of child sexual abuse imagery. And we're going to hear some insights from the development of that tool and how it's working. And then we would allow for, we would encourage for some more discussions. But yeah.
All right.
And I want, again, I'm so sorry to do this, but it's important. I want to prepare the audience, in particular with this presentation, that there are some quotes, very important quotes from the forums, but they are also graphic and upsetting. So just bear that in mind. But I thank you for including them, Matthijs.
Okay. Yes, so what we do is we've been asked by our partners and customers, people that we work with, to collect data from those forums that Mats also told you about. Not by seizing the forum as a law enforcement and making the data available, but from the live forums, things that are active now. We are, of course, a company, and we're a company in the Netherlands, and that means that we're not allowed by default to touch, see, download child abuse material. So that makes it also difficult to collect data from those forums, but not the images. And it actually already starts at the front door of such a forum. And you can immediately see that you cannot just enter such a forum. You have to create a login or at least register yourself. And those forums often protect themselves by CAPTCHAs and then not these kind of captures that you probably have seen, but maybe this one. A little bit innocent, but you already see that they put a lot of effort in their forum and protecting it. One step further is where they display actual images. So you're not even into the forum yet. You're just at the front door, but you have to already see this material to continue. And so some of these images are very explicit images. Or this one where there are small little circles, one of them has a gap. You have to really peek and look at it while there's this big image of child abuse behind it. For us, it makes it impossible as a company to just go to the front, through the front door. So we partner up with law enforcement and other hotlines to help us get through the front door. And we develop some AI techniques to solve these captures for us. I just wanted to scratch the surface of what we are seeing there, or at least the data that we collect there, to give you an idea on what's being talked about. So here in the forums that we collected last year, we see the interest in the ages that people talk about. So we have different ways of extracting the interest around a certain age. It can be just like 4 years old, then we know more or less, but it can be expressed in different ways. We collect those statistics, and here you see more or less the interest of the forums that we currently look at combined. And then you talk about these kind of texts that we're analyzing. Also, family-related terminology, a lot of the sheer volume in posts always shocks me, I must say. This is not a small community chatting a little bit. These are large groups exchanging a lot of information. So last year we saw close to 200,000 posts containing this word baby, and here you see some of the context that we encounter that word in. Yes, so it has been said already in the previous session, the rise of AI-generated images. We see in those forums special sections where this topic is discussed, where they exchange information on not only the results of their work, but also tips and advice on how to create these images, like this one. And you see the rise of the number of posts there. And what we also see a lot is that although it's hard to get in, this is not an isolated part of the world. It's not like it's not connected to anything else. It's fully connected because first of all, it has real-world victims and perpetrators, of course. But we also see in a technology sense that it's fully connected. We see that actually all the images, all the videos are not hosted on the dark web. They are hosted on the clear web. Normal image hosting organizations host this material in all different kind of countries. We also see that people encourage each other to continue the discussion on Telegram or on Instagram even. So it's highly connected actually with the open world. Yeah, so to summarize that, I just want to know it's worth looking at these communities because it's connected to everything that we see around us. So we are happy to provide insights and the data as a company to all the stakeholders. We are using AI here and there to make sense of all the data that we encounter and to get through the front door, as I mentioned. So it's really a help. But we also see the downside of AI quite a lot there.
Thank you very much.
What are your thoughts on this effort that they're doing?
There was one, these forums, I heard about the Boys Town forum when that was taken down by the police. And then after just, I don't know, weeks, it was up again in Boys Town 2 or whatever.
3, 4.
Yeah. And this just happens all over again. And that's also, guess it's related to that interconnectivity because they must have communication in other ways.
Yeah, we see that quite a lot. That, as I said, these are not isolated silos where people are active. They are connected on other platforms as well. We also see, if it's not a surprise that the site is being taken down, you see these banners popping up. Let's meet again in this on this new platform. So
okay. Yeah. So they can advertise in that old forum before it.
If they see it coming, they do that as well. Yeah.
And this YOS tool that you are developing, would that also be able to pick up on these kind of conversation where you could see kind of people moving from one forum into the next one, of course, after they've been taken down? Could you apply the same technology there?
I would assume so, yes. But since I've never seen that actual data, because we had one instance. So. But it's most likely that they should write the same way, and the moderator should write in the same way in the next forum, because they're probably the same. And the persons, I mean, everybody there that are actually saying something. But as you were into as well, it's only, I think Boys Town was 20,000 users, or maybe 40,000, but there are many more that are registered users. So it's only a fraction of a couple of percent that actually write something. Most are just listening.
Right.
And those, of course, I cannot do anything with because they're not writing anything. So there are the...
So, Matthäus, you've been working a very long time on these matters in the Darknet. What changes have you seen over time in I don't know, like what topics are discussed or how they're discussed?
I think if you talk about topics, I think not so much in the interest has changed. I think the volume, of course, of the users and the registrations is quite shockingly increasing. Also, the adoption of technology, like Dan already mentioned, surprises me every time. So as soon as I saw my first 3D movie in the cinemas, there were 3D movies generated and published on child abuse on these forums. The same, of course, with AI, deepfakes or generative AIs. So that always surprises me, how quick the adoption is of those technologies.
And what changes have you seen within your research when it comes to the conversations and the processes on these?
It's so similar. It's astoundingly similar to what I hear, what you've seen. So. Yes, the changing of platforms, the jumping between, and the process of let's take this conversation to an encrypted app. Once you start on a forum, and then move on, and one site is taken down and another one. I know Britta spoke earlier this morning about the Hydra, and I feel it's applicable to the internet as well. You chop off one head, one forum, two new one grow out. So yes, that's a big problem, and I don't see an end to it right now. I'm sorry to say.
We'll try to get more hopeful soon.
Yeah,
it's okay. It's gonna. There's a flow. There's a flow.
One other thing that I noticed, and it's not hopeful as well, is that 10 years ago, when law enforcement stepped into such a forum and announced that they were looking and not participating, but there to watch what they were doing, it was scary for those users. Nowadays, they just know law enforcement is looking and reading along, and they accept it and have found their ways to it.
As speaking of law enforcement, both of you represent companies that are developing software for law enforcement. And we're talking about something Britta mentioned earlier, that the technology, not necessarily always AI, does exist. So what are the challenges, for example, for law enforcement in adapting these technologies? I mean, is it procurement issues? Is it sort of implementation?
I would hope not that it's procurement, but I think in the end, it's of course over the legal boundaries that you have to work with, and in the end, that means finding a balance between the good and the bad that such a technology can do. I think that's also for law enforcement a difficult thing. I mean, even in Holland, I know that it's not a given that you, as a law enforcement, can just go into such a forum. It's talked about that these people also have their rights and that they express their sexual feelings, which is a special personal type of data. So this discussion is also going on there. So that's a challenge.
And Mats?
I think it's a lot about like finding ambassadors that start using this, because just out of the box, just knowing that there are tools to help you in your work is not easy. So you have to like get the foot in and start. Do you know that you can do this if you would have this tool? And so I think that's a lot of trying it again and again. This is what you need in order to analyze, and also having that relationship so they can tell us what they need, even though they cannot share data. Of course, there are very rare occasions like this that we have looked at that we actually have data. Typically, we never have that, of course.
And this afternoon we'll be discussing the challenges in sharing data and what could be achieved when that does happen, in fact. Yeah.
Exactly. So some recurring themes during this entire day, I would say, is a higher level of collaboration. In your case, between what your companies are doing and law enforcement, both to get that kind of input of what is needed, but also to get the data to develop tools that are more specifically applicable. Yeah. And of course, research is also one key component that is also flowing through the day as a recurring theme. What is some more research that you would like to see in this area, if you had the data available?
Are you asking me?
Yes,
right.
Okay. I'm asking all of you, but I'm starting with you.
Yes, I would like to see. I know there are emotional support forums for people who are attracted to children, and I think they would give us many keys to how this process functions when you start. How to say? When you enter the world of offenders, and how you move on, who becomes a criminal and who maybe just comes in for a while and leaves. So there are, I think, different psychological profiles that we should know more about in order to effectively prevent.
Matthijs?
It's a difficult question. There's much research going on already, of course. I think, I think we are collecting data and seeing a lot of things that are already happening. And I think sometimes it feels like we're already too late. So we are looking at data where abuse is already taking place. And I'm not saying that it should be more research, but I'd like to learn a little bit more on what's happening before that in the prevention and making sure that people do not end up on the darknet at all.
So before we end this session, I would just like to emphasize something that Matthijs also touched upon, and that is the fact, yes, we're talking about the darknet, but not only is pretty much all of the material hosted on the clear web, but also a lot of communication is taking place on the clear web. And specifically when it comes to live streaming and grooming, offenders will be wherever the children are, and the children who are victims or at risk of being victims, they are where you would expect them to be. They're on Snapchat, they're on Instagram, they're on various messengers, and that is where they will be approached by offenders, and then there will be platform switching. But just first, we have to deal with the darknet, absolutely, but also many of the solutions that we need, both technically and legislatively, have to address the clear web. because there are also forums there on Discord, on Facebook, and groups that are part of the pathways to offending and helping people actually dive deeper and maybe, but not always, end up on the darknet. So that is very important for all of us to remember.
Mm-hmm. And also to have a greater understanding of, I would say.
And there was some interesting research that recently came out that looked specifically on the darknet. I don't know if you saw this, Matthijs, but it was published in the Journal of Scientific Report, where they found that CSAM, child sexual abuse material, is easily accessible using 21 out of the 26 most popular search engines. And the one specific search engine that they looked at, it's one of the most popular ones. And interestingly enough, it's also the one that is well known for specifically addressing that we do not condone or help you find abuse material. And despite that, on that search engine, over 11% of all the searches was for child sexual abuse material, and over 40% of those searches were specifically for children younger than 11.
And this is specifically search engines on the darknet, correct?
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
Very much so.
We're not talking about Google here.
No, no, we're not.
So thank you so much,
very much
for joining us in this panel.
It's okay to applaud. Yes,
yes.
Go on. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Our focus this morning has been on the public health crisis that is child sexual abuse, and it has been a heavy morning. I thank you all so very much for sitting with us in this room, for joining us on the live stream. We are going to shift our focus towards a more positive and hopeful note in the afternoon. Starting with parallel sessions. We're going to have one parallel session here in Wallenbergsalen and one parallel session up on floor 2 in Wenströmsalen. And we will, of course, have childhood staff at hand to show you the way. In here, in Wallenbergsalen, we're going to talk about child protection within the corporate sectors, more specifically within corporate leadership. So we have representatives from Handelsbanken, from ABB, from Warp News, and from Telia, Sweden. And they're going to look at how we can include a child rights perspective within leadership within the corporate sector. It's going to be a really interesting discussion, I'm sure. And
however, equally interesting is the collaboration in research session, where we have researchers from Örebro University, Karolinska Institute, Linköping University, and research institutes of Sweden. Am I forgetting someone? Oh yeah, and Marie Cederschiölds Högskola, University College. Yes. And they will be talking about not just research, but as it says, collaboration in research. What is needed? What are the challenges? What are the advantages of researching and collaborating these issues?
Yes, and we're also going to present a very interesting project that is actually taking place, a collaboration between Karolinska Institute and Örebro University.
It's artificial intelligence and motivational interviewing. It's great.
That's all we're going to say for now.
Yeah.
Later today, we're going to have a deep dive into data, because we can't have the AI without data. And that is going to be here in Wallenbergsalen. It's going to be moderated by me. It's my first time moderating today, so please be kind. And in Wenströmsalen, we have
cybersecurity and child safety. I will be moderating the session together with Stefan, and the guests are Stefan Trevea from Recorded Future and David Jacobi, ethical hacker, and we will be discussing, well, essentially from a cybersecurity point of view, why is this relevant? What can the sector do? Why is it not being addressed more in cybersecurity circles?
Right, so we are very shortly releasing you for lunch, but before that, I want us all to have a short check-in. I want you to turn to your closest friend by now, because you've had one session of break, and just check in. How are you feeling right now, and how has this morning been?
Technology offers great opportunities for both young and old. But technological advancements have also made it easier for perpetrators to contact and exploit children. In 2021, more than 85 million files of suspected child sexual abuse were reported, a number that grows every year. Artificial intelligence can sift through vast amounts of data. It has the potential to quickly detect and stop ongoing abuse and to find evidence of abuse already committed. No child should ever be sexually abused, and artificial intelligence is essential to achieve this vision.
So welcome to this panel on corporate leadership. Corporate leadership when it comes to combating sexual abuse of children. My name is Cecilia Lundin, and I am in the daily work, Chief Human Resources Officer at Handelsbanken. I'm also a proud board member of Childhood, and I'm member of the steering group of Stella Polaris. That's why I am also the honored moderator of this great panel of people, whom I will soon introduce to you. The session will focus on the role of business when it comes to preventing abuse against children, as I said. And this is very much a CSR topic. It's a topic about how we as representatives from the corporate sector take ownership for something which we will come back to later, but it's a lot about collaboration and how we cross-fertilize different companies, different sectors, and different actors in this. We need more people to join forces in this. And we need more people to realize that it does not necessarily mean that you have to be working in an area where you produce products which are preventive, or where you work directly with services or processes. It can also be a lot about indirect involvement, indirect ownership, and indirect opportunities. And I think that is a lot about what we will discuss and be around this coming 50 minutes. But of course, I would like to introduce the guys who are the real reason for why you joined this session. And in the panel next to me, I have from that side, Camilla Johansson. You are Deputy Head of Group Sustainability at Handelsbanken. And Sofia Donner, you are Head of Privacy, Security and Regulatory at Telia, Sweden. Shiva Sander Tavale, you are Senior Principal Scientist for Applied Analytics, and you are also AI Lead at ABB Sweden. And then last but not least, Mattias Sundin, Editor-in-Chief at Warp News, as well as part of the AI Commission. So you see, we have a pretty heavy panel here with, I think, a broad representation of both different sectors, companies, and perspectives. But before starting with talking to the panel, just a few reflections. I spent, as you did, the morning in this room, and I think my main takeaway was a lot around the need for collaboration. The need for working together, for forming new partnership, new relationships. I also took with me that there is no real silver bullet, right? And I think we were many in the room that were a bit depressed when we realized that the legal ethical dimension is complicated, right? There were many yellow signs on stage. But what I think was maybe the main aspect there was the Dutch example of technology and ethics, and where when technology and there are ethical dilemmas, when that is a problem, you have to work around. You have to try to change behaviors. We had the car accident dimension leading to the increased usage of and enabling of biking. And to me, that was a trigger, I think, which we take with us into this panel, the need for changing behaviors. And I think it was Susanne that said in the last session, you know, there is a distinction between what can technology change and what cannot technology change. And what technology cannot change is about behavioral change. And when we talk behavioral change, there is a lot that we in the corporate sector can do. Bringing different perspectives together and find new ways of working around. I think that was a lot where my reflections and takeaway went. But I think even more important, guys on the stage, which of the things that we talked about this morning was what you took with you most? I would like to start with you, Sophia, maybe. What were your thoughts about the session, and what was maybe the most remarkable that you reacted on?
I actually share your insights, Cecilia. I think the most remarkable thing that I'm going to bear with me from this morning is that there are, if there actually is a will, there is also a way. But as you say, there is no silver bullet, so we can't solve this issue just by saying we do this and then the problem is gone. But if we take the Dutch example and then we apply it to this problem, I think we could see a solution. But then we also, I'm a legal person, I have a legal background, so I think always from law and regulation perspective, that's where I come from. And it hit me when we were talking about the sessions before that we have all these products and we have all these places where children are, but they're not safe for children. And that is the problem from the beginning, because it's not safe for children, ergo the problem exists. We can't, regulate home where many of these offenses happen, but we can, regulate the way we are online and what we do with children there. So I'm thinking that maybe we should look forward, because we have from GDPR, we have the data protection impact assessment, we have all these secured by design and validation processes in place. Now with the AI Act, we're going to have the fundamental rights impact assessment. Why don't we have, when we have products and we have services for children, a child's rights impact assessment? Why don't we do that on a voluntary basis? I think that is the most important perspective I'm going to take with me, so that we could start working from that point of view as a society in whole, not just all the private companies.
No, exactly. Great, thank you. Shiva, was there anything which was new for you in this session?
No, actually not new, but it was really interesting to once again, several times in the daily basis, you discover that although regulation and technology, both of them are really important, they are not sufficient. And that was the biggest message, actually, that it was really clear that there is some missing point, the missing puzzle, I would say, type that we need to have it in order to make all of these things go together. We cannot just by regulation as well as technology solve this kind of problems that has to do with behavior. This has to do with ethical coding. This has to do with our values, These are much more deeper than a regulation can reach.
And the combination of those
Exactly,
yeah.
exactly. So I believe that we need all of these puzzle types. We need regulation, of course. We need technology to help us. But we should not forget that the main thing here is the behavioral change and values, the ethical coding, not ethical regulation.
No, super. Thank you. Matthias, what will you remember when you go to work tomorrow?
I thought the example here in the last session of Paliscope was very interesting because, and the thing they've done now with generative AI, those types of solutions and tools are much easier to make. We have sort of old AI that was for engineers and computer scientists and all that. The new type of AI, even if it was born out of the old one, with generative AI, ChatGPT and all that, is for the rest of us who's not engineers, don't know how to code or anything. But we know a language, even if you don't know the language well, even if you write really badly, you can still use that language to control machines in different ways, and you can program, you can code, you can paint, you can do a lot of things. So that kind of analysis, for example, then if you have an enormous amount of data, messages from these types of forums, even without structure, you can just shove it in there and get a pretty good analysis. And it's an easy tool to use for police officers and others. Of course, you should build special solutions, and you can't use ChatGPT for that directly, but it's so much easier. So I think there's a bunch of new tools that are going to be available, or we can make them available.
Yeah. Thank you. Camilla, Handelsbanken have been a long-lasting partner to Childhood, and so has ABB and Telia. However, none of these companies are usually companies maybe that you would think of when mentioning child rights questions. Is it a given that companies like Handelsbanken and the others would work so closely with Childhood, you think?
Maybe I'm biased, but I think that is a given. Yeah, but basically it all stems from also companies wanting to contribute positively to society. All of us, and certainly a bank, is a part of our customers' everyday life, and we have children as customers, and we meet their parents and so forth. So we can do a lot in, I was thinking we were talking about regulations won't do the trick, not fully anyway. We have to be other parts, and we have to change behavior. But what we also can do, all of us probably in this room, is that we have a large reach. We can raise awareness. If we all exploit our possibilities to reach out, that probably will be forceful. So that is one part of it. But on the other hand, it's not far off for a bank to engage in this kind of issues, because unfortunately there are a lot of payment transactions connected to abuse of children, and as a bank we are a part of the payment system, and we certainly don't want our services and products to be misused in this kind of environment. So we obviously want to do everything that we can for not to happen.
And Sofia, from Telia's point of view, how do you view this, particularly maybe in including child protection in the security thinking?
I'm also biased because Telia has been working a lot of years, I think 20 years, with children's questions, even though it's not a given because we're a telecommunications service provider. But when we look at it, it's our services that are used to access CSAM material online, and mobile subscriptions are used to groom children, etc. So it is given that we work with this, and that's why we have worked with trying to block CSAM sites from the beginning when we got involved in these questions in the early 2000s. And actually 2017 or 16, we added children's rights to our sustainability work. So now we don't just look at our suppliers, we also look at children, because children are users of our services. So that's why we have added them. So children's rights are a part of our sustainability work.
Shiva, at ABB, you have a strong culture of social responsibility, and you personally have also been closely involved with Childhood as part of the advisory group to Stella Polaris. Can you just tell us a little bit more about that work?
What can I say about that? I mean, I would say that I'm sure that I share this strong repulsion of this unhuman behavior that we heard during the morning. And that was what I heard. That was what I had possibility to discuss during these meetings. And I'm absolutely sure that I share this feeling with many of you here. Combination of, I don't know, it is kind of hate, or not hate, but kind of repulsion, that you really hate yourself to be called as human if they are called as human. But at the same time, a huge amount of hope when I see people here, how everyone is engaged, and how we all want to change that. And having the fact that myself and my company is really making this step for taking the responsibility. Of course, each and every, I mean, all of my colleagues could guess which day I had these meetings, because the day after it was quite, you wanted to share with everyone, you wanted to have a brainstorm about what can we do, is there anything that we can do, is there, again, technology, and it ended up that actually it is being a, I would say, a responsible adult, trying to be agents out there as responsible adults. We don't need to provide products that are in contact with the children. We, as human, we are in contact with the children, and we are the agents. We are those who really can help.
And do you think your participation in the advisory board has also infused colleagues around you? Then?
Definitely. I mean, I was not aware in the same intent. I would say that I heard terrible things. What different ways the guys use to reach to the children. So it was new for me, and I learned a lot. And tried to distribute that knowledge further to my colleagues. Yeah.
Thank you. Camilla, how have the partnership changed over the years, and with the development of Stella Polaris, from your perspective?
I think we have been, as you said earlier, working for several years together with Childhood, and we have constantly found new ways of cooperating with both Childhood and the other corporates within the cooperation. And it's everything from finding joint activities for spreading information and finding other parties that might be interested in engaging in this important issue. And again, it has also been a very concrete steps and measures trying to find we as a bank, and I think that was important with Stella Polaris as well. As a bank, we are really good in assessing risks, and we are really good at finding patterns that doesn't add up, that might be suspicious. So that is something that we have worked on. How can you identify this kind of transactions, and then not going too far on the legal side, but obviously we have some issues to solve there, because as a bank you are really regulated, but you need to start with finding the knowledge, and then you can innovate what can we then do, and obviously there's some work in regards to impact that needs to be had with the authorities and so forth. But I think it's been from joint information activities to very concrete tasks that we are trying to solve.
Matthias, we very often talk about the need for society as a whole to come together and to combat this issue. What role do you think the business sector should play? And does the sector have a responsibility?
Yeah, I think everyone has, but I think you should, for companies or you as an individual, you should look at what kind of different strengths do I have, what kind of knowledge do I have, what kind of resources do I have, and then use those. And again, with this new wave of generative AI, we're unlocking a lot of new tools, things that we couldn't do before, or were really expensive or hard to do. Are much easier to do now. And so companies, when they individually innovate and do things like that, that could be transferred over to used for Childhood or other organizations like that. For example, marketing. You all do marketing in different ways. There's a lot of knowledge you already have in marketing, but with these new AI tools, the thing with with generative AI is that it mostly, at least short term, mostly helps small actors, small companies, mid-sized companies, say marketing. So a small company can't afford the best marketing agency like you guys can do. But now they can use AI and level up, maybe not to the top level, but far up. And what you can do then is to help organizations like Childhood, who already has a lot of skills, but you can add to that with your tools or your resources, and kind of share that knowledge and share that money, of course. But I think so. There's which also in turn will help you. You will see new innovations, and it's of course very meaningful, of course. So it's not just the type of knowledge you have already. It's not just money, that kind of financial resources, but it's these kind of new tools that you can develop together or sort of share with Childhood and other organizations.
And that leads to my next question, actually, because there is also this benefit for non-governmental organizations like child rights organizations and so on from the corporate sector. Is that very much in the same field that you just mentioned, or do you see any other aspects there?
No, I think I'm sure there are more, but I see that as a big benefit for. I'm running a very small NGO foundation. We suddenly have a lot of tools that we didn't have before, or they cost a lot of money just 18 months ago, and now they're available for us, so we can level up the things we do. If that is in collaboration with bigger companies, then we can really level up, of course. Both use your knowledge and resources and reach that you have. That could be a very powerful combination. But generative AI really helps you as an individual, and you as an individual can innovate here and test things. And when you have something that you thought, okay, this has promise, then you can go to Childhood or to corporate and say, hey, I built this little tool here. It needs much more work, but it's we see that it's working. It needs to be bigger, and we need to all the regulations and all that. I haven't thought about all these things, but that's the knowledge you have, and So I think these kind of generative AI is really democratizing these kind of knowledge, these kind of tools that we didn't have before.
Great. And the rest of you in the panel, do you have any examples from your sides on how that cross-fertilization could be done?
Yeah, I agree with you, and then I can also add that as an organization, you don't have to develop anything. You can also start working internally. Like, what can we do to make sure that these atrocities come to an end, or mitigate these risks that these occur in our workspace? So we block CSAM sites. We do it on a voluntary basis. Anyone can block these sites. Anyone who has access to internet can block them. What you also can use is that you can have a tool inside, make sure that your employees aren't watching or downloading CSAM material. For example, we work very closely with one of the providers here, NetClean, and we have NetClean in all our services, and we use it to make sure that our employees don't use or watch or download CSAM materials, and that there's no risk for that kind of behavior. And also, you can do other things. You don't have to develop AI. You can also just make sure that children are safe. So we developed, for example, this service called Mobilkörkortet. So we added privacy and security and tried to explain to children how do you use your mobile in a safe way. And in Telia Finland, for example, they had this person who was super popular on social media, a young guy. He had a series of short video films explaining privacy and security in an online fashion, and they were just uploaded to YouTube together with Telia. So to make sure that we educate children, and we also like this is okay, this is not okay, and if this happens, talk to someone you trust, so that we build this. We have responsibility because we are providing these services, but also we have responsibility because we exist basically. And I think that is something we have to remember, that you can work in so many different ways with these questions. You don't just have to provide AI and like try to make, you can use the soft parts also internal to work with those questions.
If I may add on that.
Yes, please.
I mean, that was really, I totally agree with you. And I mean, as you all know, ABB is a very, I would say, technology-intense company, but I choose not to take that point of view at all. Continuing with the first sentence, I would say, first introduction that I had, I really believe that, as you mentioned, the values that we do have in our companies can make the most, I would say, put the ground for these kind of things. You mentioned the education and educate, because I really believe that an well-educated child, an informed child, is much less vulnerable to be, I would say, a victim for childhood, and I would say child sexual abuse than non-educated children. So I would say to help to increase the educational level in different places that we do, use all possible efforts that we can do, for instance, for STEM, for increasing their knowledge in mathematics, increasing their, I would say, interest to technology, learning, and such things, I would say, would help a lot in non-directly.
And then we are into the broader area that all of us actually could take on. So it has nothing to do with what industry or company you are representing. I think that's a super important dimension. So yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on that, because I also want to highlight that you can find also cooperation between companies in the childhood family, because for one example, I totally agree, young people that are educated and get knowledge, they are more resilient. So we have found, Handelsbanken have found a cooperation with Stena Fastigheter. I don't know if any from Stena is here, but anyway, we have found a cooperation where we together address young people in building residential areas with some difficulties. So we go out there and we have different topics that we talk about. For a bank, it's like how do you handle your everyday economy and so forth, savings, and how can you do if you want to buy a apartment in future and so forth. So I think that is really, really good and really additional value of this cooperation.
We talk education, we talk building new relations and sort of cross-fertilize, but around the same topic. Yeah. But Matthias, also curious on the AI Commission, of course, in this.
Yeah, first, if I can just give an example here of especially what the big companies can do is, as much as possible, I think, and in this example, again, then generative AI, but share as much as you can the research you're doing. Of course, you have your company secrets and all that, so to stay competitive, of course. But there's a recent example of that. We talked about this over lunch from the financial sector. They were researchers in economics. They did a financial analyst in ChatGPT. So they used a special type of prompt. That's the instruction you write into ChatGPT. It was pretty advanced, but at the same time, they only mimicked what a human do. How does a human do financial analysis? First, he or she does this, and then this, and then this, and this. So they structured that, and they told ChatGPT, this is the ChatGPT version you all have access to. And then they compared that to human financial analysts. And the humans, they had financial data from the companies, and they said, analyze this, and how do you think this company is going to perform in the next 6 months? What will the profits look like? And the humans, they were right 57% of the time. The prompt, the ChatGPT, was right 60% of the time. And even if when they compared it to a special-made AI, probably invested millions of dollars into that AI just to be a financial analyst, it performed at the same level as ChatGPT, and ChatGPT actually performed a little bit better. So you can all use this prompt for free. And you can use, even if you don't want to do financial analysis, not many people want to, but this could be, of course, applied to numerous sectors. And this area, what we're talking about now, all the research they're out there, all the data that is out there, this is a very, very powerful tool. And if people who, if they could have kept this prompt for themselves, these guys, they shared it now, so everyone can do what they do, but we can also apply that to many, many other fields. So I think it's very helpful both to share these things, but also try to push them out and show them. And in some cases, you could give them to an NGO and say, hey, okay, we want to keep this in our company, we want to share with everyone, but we could give it to childhood, or we could give it to, I think that would be enormous, since they don't have to have enormous resources to use that. Things like that could be enormously helpful.
Super, great, thank you.
And sorry, the AI Commission.
Yeah, it was just,
I used to be a politician, so I talk about what I want to talk about, so I don't really
just a
respond.
Short one,
Yeah, so the AI Commission has a very, very broad directive of what we should look at Swedish competitiveness, use AI to strengthen that. And so child abuse is not specifically part of it, but it's sort of under ethics and that kind of that we have in our directive that we should look at. So and we just had just the other Thursday we had a meeting about AI misinformation, disinformation, and these kind of abuses that we're talking about today. So it's part of what we do. We're actually going to do something really weird in the context of these kind of commissions. Our report is to be delivered next summer, next year. But we said we're gonna give it to the government 9 months ahead of time, and they were like, "What the hell? This does not compute. You can't do that. It's like this is impossible. No one has ever done that before." But we say, speed is essential here now. So we're not going to be able to go into all the details, have the most detailed proposals. But we think it's more important to deliver something, because a lot of Swedish society seems to be waiting on something, and the AI Commission is part of that. So we're going nine months early.
Speed, that's encouraging, I think. So we have talked about involving the whole organization. We have talked about engaging, colleagues, peers, etc. That also, of course, includes definitely, senior management, the board, and so on. What are your thoughts on that and the need for commitment from those stakeholders in this work? And what are your experiences from your organizations? Anyone who wants to comment on that?
I can comment.
Yeah.
Again, I come back to the soft things. I mean, each and every of us, we do have a code of conduct. That's the first thing that every employee who starts at our places should sign on. We do have code of conduct. But the fact is that these are the soft values, and what is characteristic with soft values is that you need to exercise it. You need to in a daily work, you need to emphasize on it. And most important is that you need to do the walk the talk. That is the highest, I would say, if your attention on the values is not of value for your manager, then it is not worth anything. So because of that, what we try to do is that we continuously following and really maintaining those values by 2 minutes e-learning courses every week. It's nothing that you need to do once a month or twice a year. It's it is a part of our daily work. And with these values, we are going back to having the good adults. And I believe that having the good adults is one of the key things in order to really make the good combat against child abuse.
And from a management perspective, it's then keeping focus
definitely
on those, topics and sort of repeatedly embed.
And also engagement on different activities when it comes to human rights, when it comes to different organization, global organization, that we really are engaged, we really are acting when something happens in the society, doesn't matter what, that we take the responsibility.
Yeah.
That is the key.
Yeah.
And if I see that the managers, the high-level managers do that, then it is much easier to really require from the employees to do the same.
Great. One more maybe before moving on.
Yeah, I agree with you. Of course, you need to have management buy-in, and whilst you have that, you need to implement it in your working methods. And I think the probably first step is yourself and your own activities. Like, do you have a travel policy that supports that do you ask the extra question regarding the hotels that you choose and so forth? And then again, being a bank, we have our largest impact in our investments and what we lend to. So you can also have additional questions there, of course. But then again, coming from a very decentralized organization, I would also say that management buy-in is really important, but it's also important, and that is what we are continuously doing, try to get this across all of our employees in Handelsbanken, because if we do that successfully, we will have enormous reach and power in spreading the word and education and so forth.
Exactly. I mean, I think it's clear, right, from the panel that different companies have very different roles, very different responsibilities, and also very different opportunities. And there is something for all of you. I'm just curious, how many of you in the room are from the corporate sector here today? So pretty many. Then the next thought experiment is for you guys then. Because if you think about us in different companies on a scale, there are companies that reach children directly, right? And there is also a scale from those who specifically target children with their products or services, and those who reach children as a side effect, as we have spoken about. So if that is one category, then you have companies that develop products that might be misused for child abuse. There are companies that proactively develop products which can help in fighting sexual abuse. And there are also companies with specific expertise that can be shared, as we have examples of here, to strengthen other sectors. So if those of you who are here in the room then representing the corporate sector would think about those categories, how many of you in the room would say that your business or your company reach children directly? A very few. Yeah, some of you. How many develop products which might be misused? And who then would say that you proactively develop products which can prevent abuse? You get very curious now to find out what companies you are representing, right? And finally then, who of you think that you are in possession of expertise that can be shared with others? Pretty many. I think most hands were actually on number 4, which I think is encouraging. Thank you. Great. I think we want to, with this session and with you in the room, try to together raise the bar for the corporate sector. And therefore, we have a few topics left to talk about, the last minutes here, but you also see that we have an empty chair, right? And that empty chair is an invite to anyone in the room who would like to share from your perspective. So feel free to enter that chair during this final part of the discussion. Because we would now want to look a bit forward towards the future and to see into what opportunities we have when it comes to solutions where the whole society can come together aiming for a zero tolerance when it comes to child sex abuse. And I think we will just talk around, and I will start with the panel, and then we see if someone is volunteering for the chair. But it's about, what standards should we strive for if we want to raise the bar, right? And then we go generic across industries and organizations. And to which level do we think that we can raise the bar? Is there a limit? How far can we go? And what is the potential in this interesting area of cross synergies between sectors and between industries and companies? Anyone who wants to elaborate a little bit on that and inspire?
I can start. I think this. Usually when we talk about this, it's a crime against a person, right? We say this is a crime, it's an offense against this child, but this is a problem that is larger. I think this is, you could classify these crimes as crimes against humanity, because they are crimes against humanity, because you cause so much harm and pain towards such a huge group of people that have to carry this trauma with them the rest of their lives. And sometimes they get, it happens again and again and again, because there's a spread, these images are spread again and again and again, so that the crime never actually stops. So I think we should take a new way of looking into this problem and accepting that this is something we really need to solve. It's not just beautiful words and small projects, but we all need to dra vårt strå till stacken. So we all have to come together and do what we can to prevent these crimes from happening, and making sure that we have a society which is free from these crimes.
So raising the bar, all of us, but continue to coming together and find the collaborations. Great.
Well, I would really like to be able to use the full potential of the financial sector, because again, we have so much skills in assessing risk. We have so much information, but right now we cannot fully use it. And obviously, as a bank, we are always going to follow rules and regulation. That is no question about it. But if there could be some way of finding cases that would be allowed to bring forward to the appropriate authorities to look into, that would be great. But again, as every bit of the sustainability agenda, we cannot wait. If that's not possible right now, let's do other things. So we will continue to cooperate with other companies and educate young children and bring information forward and find other parties that wants to cooperate with childhood and so forth. So,
and I think what you touch upon a little bit, what I hear you saying, is also that the collaboration will help us maybe also pushing the whole legislation area.
Absolutely.
Because that was one of my takeaways, at least in the morning, that it's so, it's so stuck in sort of the history or so. So we need to bring it with us forward in the new context, and collaboration is really part of that.
Absolutely, and that case needs to be built from different angles to be able to be successful.
Yeah, great. Anyone else wants to comment on that?
I think
the chair is still empty, though.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Please. I think you can think about the Mad Max paradox. So let's say we could go back to the early 2000s and look forward from that date until today. And then you would look at the news headlines, and you would have starting maybe with 9/11 and the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, and then you have a financial crisis, and you had ISIS, and you have a war in Syria, and many other things. And then you had the global pandemic. So Jesus. And when that finally ended, there was a huge industrial war in Europe. And if we would stand there early 2000s and look towards this and see all these headlines, you would think we live in a Mad Max world. You know, there's no society anymore. You have to join your local warlord and fight over the resources that's left. But that's not how the world looks. These bad things have happened, but at the same time, in the last 24 years, 1.1 billion people have left extreme poverty. That's more than 130,000 people every day. Every day, and many other things, education and things like that. And the reason for that progress, at the same time as these big bad events, is that we've taken millions of small steps. So you don't see them. You don't see them every day. So that's why it's a paradox. How can over 1 billion people have left extreme poverty when we have had all these bad events? Yeah. So that's why I think what everyone here can do really is. You shouldn't feel like, oh, I'm just making a tiny difference. Yes, but that tiny difference combined with millions of other people making a tiny difference, that's a huge difference every
small
day.
Step counts.
Yeah, it's really, really, really counts.
More or less famous last words, but it was not the last words, right? Because we are super happy to welcome someone in the empty chair.
Yes, thank you.
So Daniel, please, tell the audience who you are, and then.
Yeah, so I was asked to volunteer if there is no real volunteer. So my name is Daniel Akinainen. I work as the Chief Technology Officer for Microsoft in Sweden, but I'm also part of the board of ECPAT. So we are also working with kind of the analysis of these child abuse pictures and things like that. So I just wanted to comment a little bit, because I think the discussion has been really, what can companies do? And I think there is really two main different companies. It's companies that are kind of in the ecosystem, so which you are representing to some extent. So follow the money, for instance. So the finance is interesting. Follow the IP address. So the operators are interesting, obviously. But there are so many companies which is not really involved in, in helping finding the perpetrators of things like that. And the question is, what can they do? And that's the majority. And I think one thing which when I went into this area, was so surprised by is the amount of how that this is not rare. A lot of people think this is happening to somebody else, not to me, never to me. This is somebody else's problem, which I quickly realized it's not. And we heard the 1/4 of every child in Sweden is involved. So I think what companies could do is create awareness of this problem. So people is going to companies, people are working, so there's a huge network that you actually could, do outreach to. It could be workshops, trying to understand that this is a problem, because it's also a parent problem. A lot of people are parents and working. So I think that is one of the key things that I think companies can do if they are not directly involved, as a lot of companies also are.
Super. Thank you. Thank you for joining us on stage, and thank you for sharing that. And time flies. We are having 2 minutes left. I can see on the clock in front of me. But I think what we really want to send with you in this. I think there are actually 3 things from what you all have said. And I think starting with awareness, right? We can all create awareness, regardless of where we are and what platform we have. Collaboration, I think, is the second one, and that has been more or less the theme for this whole day. And you have heard a few examples of collaboration here on stage. And then the third one is, the small steps. All the small steps that together form a movement. So I think that is what we would like for you to take with you from this session. And I would really like to thank my panel, and for you, Daniel, to volunteering, and for you to listening in to this session. So thank you, everyone, a lot.
Thank you.
Let's kick off the second parallel session in this room. The session which we have chosen to call Data Demystified. Because In this session, we're going to share some storytelling examples of different ways of working with data, and as if by chance we have different sectors represented here in our expert panel. Since starting the Stella Polaris project, the role that data holds, especially in AI development, has really increased, and our understanding of the role that data holds has increased. Within the project, we meet AI developers, researchers, and students, where in those meetings, one of the first and most common questions that we get is, well, what data exists within this question? What can we do? What do we have to work with, really? And while most people would associate evidence material from investigations, we want to kind of expand on our view of what relevant data can be. Because we know that there is a lot more data available that we are not using to the extent we could. And there is a lot more we can do to make data more available in the society. And as we've heard throughout the day, collaboration is one of the key themes for today. And I think this plays into the role of data as well. With the development of AI, I think the focus on data has grown as well. And especially with the development and the commercialization of large language models, we have made it more easy to really use data, to manage data. And we're kind of seeing the dawn of the data developer as a role as well. So this session is really exploring one of the core necessities behind AI. And I would like to start off with this panel with a question, but of course, first you need to get to know them. With us we have Rickard Sandberg, who is Associate Professor and the head of the Center for Data Analytics at the Stockholm School of Economics. And Martin Oud from the organization Men for Equality. You are Head of Psychosocial Support. We also have Bren Brewster, who is Assistant Professor of Information and also Technology and Exploitation Lead at the Nottingham University Rights Lab, as well as a familiar face, Matthijs Raminga, who is the Chief Technology Officer and co-founder of WebIQ. So welcome to this session. As I said, I want to start off with a common question to all of you. What is one word that you associate when I say data?
Or for me, it's information.
Yeah.
So data correctly extracted means information.
Excellent.
Yeah, that was a really good answer, I think.
We can steer into the more abstract.
No, but it's definitely, we collect a lot of data that doesn't become information at all. So I'm guilty of that. But absolutely, information would be the first thing that I want to have from data, at least.
Mm-hmm. Ben?
Gold dust, maybe? I think as academics, we spend a lot of time sat around going, where's the data? Who's got the data? How can we get the data? What can we do with the data? So I think for us, it's very much getting good, strong data to help explain a problem that we're looking at, I think is gold dust. Yeah.
Gold dust, that's a good one, I think. Matthijs?
I would say bias is interesting. Because I think a lot of people just take the data and start to derive information from it. But it's really good to understand what kind of data you have in your hands, where it comes from, and also, of course, what kind of bias is in that information, in that data.
Really, really interesting. And as you hear, we have a different set of associations. And I'm quite surprised that no one of you mentioned headache, because that's one word that I would for sure associate. But in order for us to have more of a common understanding of what we talk about when we're saying the word data, we have asked Rickard Sandberg to give us a short introduction to the world of data. So take it away.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And first of all, I am honored.
Oh.
And sorry.
Is it on?
Yeah, it's fine.
Excellent.
So I am very honored and pleased to be here at this panel and to be part of these discussions. And I would also like to mention that I think that Stella Polaris is a fantastic Swedish initiative on this work fighting abuse on children then. So I'd also like to encourage you to read the report, which I think will be published very soon, where you get great information with respect on Stella Polaris' work then. So having said that, I will talk then very generally about data. So first of all, I would like to draw the attention to that data is perceived as the most valuable asset that we actually have today. So even more valuable than oil, then say. Now, of course, it depends on how you measure this, but at least it gives an indication of like how important data actually is today. So to some people, data sounds like extremely like boring, and as Erika here, it was like maybe like headache or something like this. But and that might then be true. But I think there is a lot of power in the data. And as much as also Nan was saying that is, of course, I mean, incorrectly used. I mean, if it's a bias in data, for instance, then it comes with like great risks. So you must also like master the data. You must like qualify the data before you use it. So what is then data? So typically we like to define data or put it into two different categories. And that is structured and unstructured data. So structured data, that is data like in Excel spreadsheets, in databases, number, figures. And unstructured data, that would be like text, audio, video, and then so forth. But all of these are then qualified as data, and then grouped together, we can then extract different type of information. And then perhaps needless to say, but with respect to these different type of data that we have, structured and unstructured, say, there are also different tools, AI tools that are applicable for then correctly extracting then the information that we have. And then, of course, an obvious question is where is all of this data coming from? Yeah, there is a bunch of resources that we have. And I will show you a graph on the next slide then, giving a little bit more numbers down to the actual amount of data that we do have. But then, of course, you have Internet of Things, IoT, and then sensor data. And that is then coming from the industry. And then as you see here, it's roughly like 70% of the data is then coming from the industry. So that would then be like one example. And then also that we have been discussing today, so we also obviously also have some information or data coming from the Darknet. But there are a bunch of different sources and different, obviously, then type of data coming down from these different sources. But then how has the evolution of data looked like then? So with this graph here, you see the blue solid bars, that's the total amount of data that we have, and it started around like 2010. And then the shape of the graph that you do have, that is like an exponential increase of data. And it started around 2010, and then you also even have a prediction for 2025. So there are a few takeaways down here that you can notice. And then this a little bit lighter blue bars, that is the amount of structured data. So one takeaway of this graph that is that the vast majority of the data that we do have today is unstructured data. So that's one takeaway. Another takeaway that is that you see the data from 2020, roughly like 60 zettabytes of data. So I'll come back to the definition of zettabytes. And since 2020, it's doubled then to the amount of data that we're expecting them to see like today. So this is also then a reference of like the Cambrian explosion of data. So put differently, it's like an exponential increase of data that we see. And maybe then like an open question to the audience, so why is this graph starting 2010 and say not like 2000? Any like blunt answer to this?
Anyone?
Yeah.
It's so small compared to today's rates that it's basically zero.
That was absolutely. So that could be one explanation, right? Yeah. So I think the main explanation that is that the introduction of smartphones, and then again Internet of Things, and you have tablets, and you have Facebook, you have Instagram, and then so forth. So that was like the start of this one. So around 2010, we started also more frequently to talk about big data. So that was like the breakthrough of that terminology then. So just a few simple data use cases. So these are not like specific for the theme that we have today. But then, of course, with respect to image recognition, you can think about that you have knuckles on photos or images. So that could then be used to, for the theme of today, then to identify then these offenders, say. And then you also have this NLP that was already mentioned, but that is like a super powerful tool with respect to extracting information from text data, then say. And then you also have predictive analytics, and that's like a very general term, but maybe you would like to calculate the likelihood that someone is an offender. So that would then be like the tool, and it also fits like very well with respect to preventive analytics, or you would like to do or take preventive actions. And I would also then like to mention that, of course, now that we have a lot of data, but then also like in a sense the beauty with like machine learning and say that is that you train a model, but then the day after you have new data and then you can train a model again. And the purpose of that is that it should become like refined. And we talk about classification, false positive, false negatives. So these are the two types of mistakes with respect to classification that we like to minimize. So the more and the better the data, the more and the better we can train the models. So we can just be sharper to identify the actual cases, so to say. Then data quality. Always when I talk about data and AI, I really emphasize this. So data quality is like everything, and this is what Matthijs there was indicating. And the reason for this is very simple, because data is the input for most of the AI that we're doing today. So if you cannot secure the quality of the data, you can never secure the output. So that is the garbage in, garbage out principle. But you can never like underestimate the importance of the quality of data. So this is we work really hard on to secure the quality of the data before you start any type of analysis. Lack of data perhaps speaks for itself, but many times then we would actually need like more data. And I think for the theme for today, we actually lack a lot of data. So there is much work to be done then there to gather like new type of data. And we talked about like collaboration, so maybe it's like data sharing that could be possible then with respect to that. And then redundant data, yeah, sorry to say, but most of the data actually is not very valuable. So that really depends then, but most of the data is, we call it like dark data, yeah, it's like garbage. GDPR, General Data Protection Rules, like super important. So very short, you heard about this already for a long time, but that's just the principles of how you collect, store, and then share data. So here then, like 2023, you have Meta or Facebook. So they were fined just because of they didn't actually pay attention to GDPR, because they exchanged a lot of European data to US. So it was a super high fine then to 2023 with respect to neglecting GDPR. Yeah, and then addressing then biases in data, that could be like a course or a seminar on its own. So what is bias in the data? It's simply, it's non-representative data or like faulty data or like skew data that you're using. And the takeaway there is that if you use like biased data, then it means that you train your models on like faulty data. And here you have numerous of examples where the training data has been wrong with like severe consequences. So there are famous or infamous recruiting processes where like the top candidates turned out to be young white males below 25 years old. And the reason for that answer there was the wrong training data. Yeah. I think I stop there, Erika.
Yeah, thank you. Would you like to take a seat again? Excellent. So thank you for that. I'm hearing that we do have a lot of data in society, but not necessarily usable data, and that is one of the core challenges that we are facing today. One thing that you mentioned in regards to bias in data is, of course, the risk of this impacting our decision-making as well. This is kind of the situation where we would train an AI or use any kind of biased data to inform a decision and then apply that tool or that decision to an entire demographic as if it was representative. But what we're actually risking by using biased data, which might not include all or representative data, is actually excluding an entire group of people, which is something that we should never do, of course.
I can just super quickly add to that one then. So, I mean, it's like super risky with today's advancements and ease of using technology, if you call AI like a technology then. So then it means that you miss the foundations. So then again, going back to the input, the data. So, I mean, anyone can use AI today, but you don't know or you cannot ensure that the outcomes that are reliable, for instance. So it's going to be super important still that we understand the foundations before we take action, so to say.
And what are some other terms when it comes to the general usage of AI and the knowledge of AI in society, or data, in society? What trends do you see there?
Yeah, so down there, but this is general trends, broadly speaking about any type of organizations. So then we already touched upon this. So data quality will always be very high up on the agenda to ensure data quality. And we can do this in various ways. So we have developed quite advanced techniques then actually, and also algorithms to verify that the data is having a high quality. And then also with respect to organizations, so then it's also still to large extent, of course, depending on the type of organization, but there is a lack of trust in data. So that means that you have to build success stories with respect to data, then in order to build trust in this one. So simple use cases where you actually can demonstrate the pure or the true value of data. So that is something that organizations are facing then. And then shortly and finally, maybe sound very boring, but it's simple data management, data strategy, and then also how to collect the data, how to report the data. And for a little bit bigger organizations, they are really thinking hard if they not already have incorporated. It's a fancy word, but it's like a data fabric, like a data mesh. That's an overall a global or organizational system, how to structure and work with data.
Super interesting insights, and these kind of use cases for data is precisely what we're doing here today, I think, showing how we can actually work with different kinds of data. You mentioned a report which is coming soon, hopefully. And within Stella Polaris, we've actually tried to highlight the importance of data and most of all, the relevant data which is actually accessible and available in society, which could be used to combat child sexual abuse through innovation, through research, through a greater awareness of the data, and really a greater data collection. And this report is exploring data from 5 different sectors of society. We want to inspire actors to see relevant data which might be used, that is available, that is not only, for example, a child sexual abuse material or seized evidence, for example, a grooming chat. Because while those data are very important, and as you mentioned, we have both image data and text data available from those sources, they are both pertaining to abuse that has already taken place. In order to look at child sexual abuse prevention, we also need to look at data from a broader perspective, from the entire society, looking at, for example, say, youth sport data, for example, or social media behavioral data, for example. And sometimes this data is very obviously related to the question. Sometimes it's very obvious that you are a part of an organization which is collecting, using, or in some way making value of a data which is usable and applicable to other things than what you are actually working with as a primary topic. And sometimes we need to have a look at that data, ask ourselves, what can we do with it? And what can we learn from other people who are also using similar data? This is something that you have experience with, Martin, working with the organization MEN in the project Fronta, where you actually pooled data from different support chats, anonymous support chats, available for children and youths in Sweden. And you made a prototype tool with funding from Stella Polaris. So yeah, tell us a bit more about that.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you for having me. And first of all, I feel a little bit out of place. This is not my typical context, especially not the topic at hand, the data, but bear with me. There we go. So to start off, these are 5 organizations that pooled together to start a support cluster against sexual violence. And we have a bit different target audiences, and we have a few different way of giving support. Most of us have, all of us have a chat, and most of us have also a physical clinic. Collectively, we have roughly 20,000 chats annually. Maybe I'll get back to that number a bit later. We have a coordinating partner called ChildX, and 2 funding partners, Stenbeck Foundation and Childhood. So those make our work possible. And for this project, the Fronta, we have funding from Stella Polaris and Vinnova, the Swedish innovation agency. And I will show you a couple of print screens from the work in progress tool that we're using, Fronta, which have been developed together with 1050, a great company that has really been accommodating to our needs, and also with their experience amplified the outcome that we've been looking for. So first of all, we're looking at a search screen where I've written the word school, and then you can see chats where the word school has popped up, and it's a few thousand, I think. These are the chats that pop up, and you see the green and the purple field are the support seeker and the volunteer chatting with the support seeker. This way we can access a lot of data at the same time and analyze the actual chat logs, and we can also toggle with the different parameters on the left field here. So this is a really concrete way for us to see on a pooled level what kind of chats we're having. Especially interesting, I think, for the appliance for this, the application for this search field is that we don't tag every possible tag for every chat. So it could be that there's a catalogization that we haven't really found out yet. So, but it could also still be searchable. So, for instance, if we take some new form of sexual violence that we haven't seen, we don't have a tag for it, but we can search for it and find it anyways, and that was really difficult before. So this is a great application to do that. And you can also see over each chat, you see rightward facing arrow, and that's like a sentiment indicator if the chat is going in a positive direction or a negative direction. And you know, in our case, it's not always we want them to go in a positive direction, because sometimes the volunteer meets the support seeker. Especially in our case, we also work with offenders, so it's not always that they go in a positive direction. And then we have the more structured analysis. The same topic, or the same search word. We can see some data accompanied to that search topic. The most interesting and really easy to use way is the topic part, where we can see how this search word were cataloged by the volunteer. So, for instance, if the search word were school, and then you can see that sexual violence had the highest number of chats. So that could be an indicator of the arena that sexual violence is perpetrated on. But we need to be, we're careful drawing those kinds of conclusions, but it's possible to start to see. So here's a really interesting and trend analysis, which has great potential, I think, but it also shows the difficulty in how to, what kind of obstacles we meet when we start to try to implement it in real world. So the thinking is that if we see a new word popping up that we haven't seen before, it could be an indicator of something moving in our support seekers. So an example of that could be online transactions. In Sweden, we have Swish. So at one point in time, there were no chats that addressed Swish, but suddenly they started popping up, and then they would rise on this trend field. So you have like a metric of the prevalence of the word and the period before, and that gives a point, and the higher the point, the higher up the word comes.
One thing that I found really interesting with this Fronta project was that before you developed this prototype AI tool, all of the volunteers who were facilitating the chats were categorizing each chat, and you weren't really happy with the way that these categorizations were being made. You could see some people judging different chats differently, and you could also see a large gap where you couldn't really get this overview of what the support seekers were talking about. So this is really a good example of the way AI can help us gain more insights into data and also make our organizations more efficient.
Absolutely, and the effectiveness is what we aim to get out of it. And looking forward, we could really get the support from the AI to make the volunteers work more fluent and get less administrative work into their assignments. So and that's really a great presentation of what it could be in the future. Yeah.
Excellent, thank you. And I have a question for you as well, because you have obviously gone on this kind of journey of working more data focused. Was there anything that took you by surprise when starting to view these data as more of a resource?
Well, to start with, we've always had the data as a resource. And we've all of us put a lot of man-hour into analyzing it from our perspective. But it's like, as an organization, it's like looking at a looking glass instead of getting the bird's eye view. And this enables us to get the bird's eye view of what our pool of data is telling us. So that's I think the main positive that we can get a better overview of what we're looking at.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Really interesting. Sometimes the data that we're working with is really obvious. It comes directly from children and youths, and we can use it to gain insights on that demographic. Sometimes it's not as obvious that the data holds a relevance to these kind of questions. Ben, you are working currently on another report, also funded by Stella Polaris, which is a feasibility study of the viability of studying financial transactions as a resource to gain insights on live-streamed child sexual abuse. And yeah, please take the stage, because I mean, the banking sector is really, we are talking about institutions where we aren't questioning the usage of personal data. We are, to a large extent, accepting the conditions that the banking industry can use our personal data to hold our financial means safe, but also to flag suspicious transactions. So the question is, can we use this data as a method of finding more perpetrators or finding previously unidentified perpetrators?
I hope so.
Yeah.
Thanks, Erica. So yeah, the lab that I work for, the RIDES lab at the University of Nottingham, we're a big interdisciplinary research lab that focuses on all different types and manifestations of human trafficking and exploitation. And we got into this space of looking into the online sexual exploitation of children a couple of years ago, working with the International Justice Mission in the Philippines. And they approached us and asked us whether or not we thought it would be possible to estimate the extent of abuse and the extent of newly produced online child sexual exploitation material in the Philippines at that time. We managed it. And we concluded through that and kind of indicated that potentially up to 500,000 children during 2022 could have been trafficked to produce new CSEM in the Philippines. And as Erica has indicated, live streaming in particular is considered to be a key manifestation of that right now, and has been the subject of much of the recent attention around OSEC in the Philippines, particularly since the pandemic. And again, as Erica has indicated, we're now kind of moving on from that work, and we're happy to be working with Erica and Suzanne and the Stella Polaris team here at Childhood to kind of work backwards and try and follow the money, looking in particular at work that's going on in the Philippines to address the supply side of this issue and see whether we can use some of that work around financial transactions, investigations and prosecutions to work backwards and try and find out more about the people who are driving the demand for this type of content.
And just quickly entering here, because the one interesting aspect and one of the key problems areas of this is that financial transactions is a key part of live-streamed abuse. There are usually a perpetrator in a different country paying to direct a live-streamed abuse in this case, the Philippines.
Yeah.
So that's why this is a key focus area.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a financially motivated crime on the behalf of the supply side. And I think as part of that work and to try and kind of bring it back to being about data demystified and being reflections about data, I think despite the amount of attention that's been galvanized around this issue of live streaming in the Philippines, the responses to it are still quite limited, and for a number of reasons, and I think data is a big part of that. I think there's still quite an absence of strong empirical data regarding both demand and supply side offending behaviors. And we also see that there's still relatively few investigations and prosecutions on both sides of the equation relative to the perceived size on it, thinking about that kind of 500,000 number that we mentioned right at the start. And there's potentially a couple of reasons for this. And I think at the center of it, to some extent, is that these live-streamed exploitation streams don't leave the same online footprint as child sexual exploitation imagery does. You know, they don't appear in public spaces. The streams and the chats that lead up to the streams very much take place on encrypted social platforms and video messaging platforms, the same platforms you and I use to socialize and work professionally. And because of that, they're just not captured in the same way that some of the hash software that folks from the IWF mentioned this morning would capture static images and detect and remove them. So the empirical gap around live streaming is even greater than it is around some of the other issues that we've talked about. And I think linked to that also means that there's an inherent bias in what we think we know about live streaming. And there's a good chance, actually, that the narrow view we have around, you know, this Western overseas offender, the payment methods that they're using, the platforms that are being used, the modes of exploitation in the Philippines. We have a very kind of focus on familial exploitation, so people that the children already knew, kind of involved in the trafficking. There's a good chance that this is probably not representative, right, of the entire offending picture in the Philippines, and it's likely that we're missing out on some nuance and the kind of broader spectrum of offences that are occurring. And that is a big data problem. But we think through the work that we're doing, and to bring it back to finances, that there's a potentially big opportunity here for financial data to help us try and fill in these gaps. And we're kind of positing through the work that we're doing that, yeah, financial transaction data between foreign perpetrators and local facilitators could potentially be really crucial in upscaling the response to this. For example, investigations and prosecutions are currently very reliant on victim testimony, which can be problematic for a lot of reasons. And in fact, are often a major issue with trafficking and exploitation prosecutions across the board. It's certainly something that we see in the UK in relation to the low numbers of modern slavery prosecutions, and that concerns those around children, but also adult labour exploitation and adult sex trafficking as well. So I think, yeah, maybe something to explore through the questions, but I think we definitely think there's significant opportunities here for the financial sector, and particularly improved public-private collaboration between organisations like law enforcement and the financial sector, and potentially even triangulation with the kind of electronic service providers and the tech centre do potentially hold a key to doing more good and scaling up the response to this problem.
Thank you, Ben. Really interesting, because when we're looking at I'm connecting back to the bias of data that you talked about. When we're looking at the kind of the image of the Western perpetrator that you talked about, the understanding that we had, one thing that kind of stood out to us was the age, the common age, which was fairly high. And that poses the question, if our data, which is informing this, is biased, would that mean that these are actually only the ones that are getting caught, but the actual perpetrators who are being successful in continuing to exploit children are the ones who are avoiding the law enforcement and avoiding getting caught?
And that's called survival bias.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. We're going to shift the focus a little bit more back to where we started with the common understanding of the main relevant data source, which is child sexual abuse material, or at least that's what many people think is the main relevant data. Before, in our previous session, Mattias, you mentioned that you were using AI to actually gain insights from data which you would not be able to legally possess and use. Mm-hmm. In Sweden, it is not, or it's illegal to possess and use and view child sexual abuse material. But if you have sufficient cause, for example, if you are a researcher or a company developing tools for this, you might actually be able to use this material or this data to develop insights, for example. You are going to talk a bit more about the Libra technology that you developed after the AI Roundtable in 2019, and more importantly, how you are able to handle this data as a non-law enforcement agency. So, yeah,
yes.
The stage is yours.
Thank you. Before I dive into the topic, I thought it might be interesting to tell a little story about how WebIQ was actually born as a company. 15 years ago, I was operating a commercial search engine. We built a search engine, and we had the dream, ambition, naive idea of beating Google. We thought 15 years ago, maybe you could have done it. We tried it at least. To build a search engine for images that could compete with how Google did it back then. I think in terms of technology, we did a great job. It was super difficult to market it and to get some customers and people visiting us. But the technology, what we did is, just as Google does, we crawl the internet looking for images, looking at them, indexing them, and making them available via a search engine. We collected billions and billions of images, and at the end we even had about 300,000 visitors a month on our website, which was great.
Cool.
If you put ads on your website, that means that you are about to earn, let's say, 200 euros a month. So difficult business model. Anyway, after a few years, we always had these filters in our search engine where we made sure that no pornography, adult pornography, would get through there. And once in a while, we did some routine checks on that filter. And on one evening, I got this call from my colleague, and he was quite worried because he had seen quite a lot of child abuse material. That's what we call it now. Then it was just horrific content, and we called it all kinds of names. So we took a look, and after quite a bad night's sleep, we decided that it would be good to contact the police. First of all, because somehow we didn't want to have this material and needed some help. We thought maybe the other way around. Maybe the police could use our help because we're seeing this stuff online, and maybe together we can do something about it. Quickly, we did some projects with the Dutch National Police, and after 1 or 2 years, we decided to abandon the other company and found WebIQ. And ever since then, we are working for law enforcement to collect data online. We are now collecting data from the Darknet, as you've seen this morning, and helping law enforcement or other organizations to get a grip on what's happening online there. One thing that was still difficult is that we as a company, in the Netherlands at least, are not allowed to have this material. So we can work with law enforcement. We have all kinds of creative solutions where we deploy our tools on their premise so they can collect this kind of information. But we were still very curious on the first question why we started the company is where is this information online? We just stumbled upon it with our web crawler back then. Is it still online on the public web? And can we get some idea on where it is distributed and what the trends and distribution patterns are? So how can we do that? How can we scan the internet, the public internet, get an idea on how this material is distributed without having the material actually as a company? So that question, we took that question to childhood, turned it into a project, and in the end, we developed what we call Libra. And this was not done on our own. We had great help from the Dutch legal authorities to discuss with us what is possible and what isn't possible. When are we allowed to, maybe do something with the material and when not? So we developed this very simple idea. Instead of us downloading the material, could we just scan it somewhere else and then only have the metadata? A very vague idea it was back then. But that's what we did. So this is our platform. Instead of collecting all these images from all these kind of websites and looking at them, putting them in a database, and seeing some patterns on child abuse, we thought we'd do it differently. So we developed some technology that allowed us to quickly take the image, not on our platform, but somewhere else, just for a few milliseconds, compute a hash, and then forget about the whole image and only send back the metadata to us. If somehow this fits within the frame of legal possibilities. At least we are not building a huge database of child abuse material on our platform. This is good. But we still have some idea on what the material is. So we can do a scan of all the images that we see, for example, hosted in Sweden on the public internet, compute a hash of the images, and then when we have only the hash, we can compare it with the hashes of known child abuse material. So very simple idea with a lot of technical work behind it. But at least, there we go. We were now able to perform these scans, that we call them. We have scanned in the meanwhile billions and billions of images. We always do this with a certain kind of focus, so it's not just random on the whole internet. We try to create an image of the distribution of this material, for example, for a specific country or a specific social media environment. Billions of images we have scanned, and we were able to pinpoint to certain hotspots in Europe where we see that a lot of child abuse images are being hosted. And we also see that after law enforcement has done some interceptions, that child abuse material is gone there, but unfortunately moved somewhere else. But at least we have some grip and some view on what's happening out there. So in the end, after 15 years, it's good to have part of this problem solved now. So thank you for that as well.
Thank you. Really interesting. And I mean, what is the main information that you can share? What is the main kind of insights that you are providing the law enforcement with through Libra? Is it the servers which are hosting?
Yeah, so we make summaries of the scans. We provide that to law enforcement, for example, Europol, so they can act upon it. So that's one thing. For me, as a lesson learned from the whole project, it's mainly that up till then I was always used to, when we had to talk to lawyers and legal people, it was always about, no, it's not possible. While in this project, I learned that it's actually, when you collaborate quite well, you can talk about the possibilities instead of talking about what's not possible. So that was really helpful and really positive, I think, for me in the whole project.
That's really interesting. And this specifically, this mindset of viewing what's actually possible, asking the questions, what could we do with this data, what is legally possible, and not just accepting these kind of perceived barriers to using data. I think these are examples that all of you have some insights from. So do you have some thoughts about that, Rickard? About perceived barriers to, for example, data using or data sharing? Yeah,
I don't know, so from representing an academia, maybe not working with this extremely type of sensitive data or like this type of data. But then again, and I think then like looking into all possibilities of like cross-sharing, and then it's just simple because the possibility of gaining like more information. And then with respect to the actual barriers that you're talking about, so then for me or for my center personally, then it's more like that, okay, it's like ethical, how to use the data. So then we have to fill in like certain forms. So then we like ask for certain type of data. And then of course that is important. But that also then, I mean, of course, it comes with restrictions, and then also obviously like if you are allowed at all to like share the data. So it's quite common that we can, I mean, it can be like different research groups working on the same thing, but we are not allowed to share the data, and that's like that's a problem. No, I didn't talk anything about how to overcome. I only talked about non-possibilities.
Well, actually, I think it's interesting because the research funder Forte, they actually recently opened up an open call for researchers to reuse data which has already been collected for a specific research purpose and apply a different research question to that data.
Yeah.
But of course, it's easier for an organization to use data and to kind of share data as well.
Absolutely, and I didn't mention, but the Fronta tool is also open source, so it's free for everyone to use when it's done. And what we're aiming at is, I mentioned 20,000 chats, and it's maybe 20 or 40 data points linked to that specific chat. That it's not a big data pool if we look at the total number of chats that are being done by the big players in Sweden. So what we really aim to do is to get an API working so that everyone can share data in that, and on an aggregated level we can see what's going on with youth in general in Sweden, and I think that's a real possibility and not at all like impossible.
So as just a final question, because people are seeping in from the parallel session and we are absolutely a bit over time here. What is one aspect that you would say would increase the usage of data which is already being collected today? One aspect of knowledge or action?
I think thinking from the financial perspective, I think it's very much a question of will, resources, and prioritization. You know, I think the financial companies are under a lot of pressure to deal with things like money laundering, fraud, terrorism, and I think whatever we can do in terms of research and drawing attention to the problem and evidencing the problem, I think will help to bump child protection further up their agenda. So I think that's kind of what we can do in this space to push them, in addition to enabling them through things like AI and software tools that can help make them handle the volume and complexity of data more straightforward, which seems kind of fairly inevitable with the way things are moving.
Excellent. Thank you so much for joining me in this discussion. I wish we could continue this panel for at least another hour because it's needed, but time is absolutely running out. So thank you and give a huge applause. We are about to conclude the day, and I want to thank everyone for being here for the entire day. While people are coming into the room, I want to invite our Secretary General, Paula Guillet de Monthoux, for some concluding remarks. Welcome, Paula.
Thank you, Erika. I think I will push these chairs aside because no one is going to be allowed to sit anymore. It's the last brief session. Please come in, everyone who are joining from the other sessions. I have been given the short and impossible task to conclude this full and long day. Welcome back. I will pick up the topic of biased data from our last session here and say I will not be so biased so that I will conclude. Instead, I will invite three sharp minds on stage to help me conclude and make this a slight bit less biased. So please allow me to welcome Andrew Przybylski from Oxford Internet Institute. Please come on up. I think we stand. No. This is going to be a short and energetic. I think we're not. Otherwise, we will sit down for. And Marie Brattberg, where are you in the room? I saw you. There you are. Welcome from Recorded Future. Please, you can stand at the table if you wish, if you want to. And Hermine Holm from RISE, not the research RISE, but the oldest Swedish support group for adult survivors of child sexual abuse. We have two types of rise here in the room, so it's very confusing. So, welcome on stage. I would like each and every one of you, please, that I can look at you in one direction, to share a few reflecting remarks of what you have heard and thought and felt today. Who wants to start? There is a mic there or a hand. Hermine, you look as if you want to start.
I'll go.
Why don't you?
It looks on, yes. Okay, so I'm actually today representing, just as Vin that you met this morning, the adults that have been sexually abused as a child. And I think it's been a really interesting day. Lots of fires everywhere. And a lot of focus on collaboration, which is really nice. And I would just like to add just a reminder that our experience is that most children don't tell anyone or seek help until they're adults. And when you look at the statistics, 1 out of 4 adult women and 1 out of 10 adult men have been sexually abused as a child. So it means that we should be quite a few in this room, actually. And I would also like to send perhaps a message to the corporate. Today I've been listening to you, and I mean, you have a lot of staff and a lot of people in your organizations that also needs verification that their experiences count. So it's important to spread knowledge also about that among them, and that there is support to get.
Thank you, Hermine. Thank you for reminding us. Marie,
yes.
the word is yours.
First, thank you so much for a wonderful event. Thanks for the invitation. It's been great to be here and to meet all of you. A few personal remarks that are just mine. I am with Recorded Future, as was mentioned, obviously not representing Recorded Future today, but we work with threat intelligence data in a cyber security context, and we see a lot of bad things. But I think it was, for me, I have a hard time fathom some of the content that we saw today. It's not what I am used to seeing. And I'm a mother of 2 young children, so it's personal. And I was thinking about that in the morning, because you were told, if this is too painful for you to see, if it's too much, take a break, go outside. And I think about children who don't have that option, and who don't tell anyone, and who go through most of their life believing that it is their fault. So I've been thinking about that today, and I also think about it from a grown-up adult parent side, that we give our kids smartphones with internet, sometimes completely unrestricted. Why do we do that? It just seems very crazy. And there was an article in the newspaper in Sweden yesterday. I read it on the way to the event. Maybe some of you did as well, in Dagens Nyheter, that talked about this. And what was wild was that I think more than 70% of the kids in that research were between 9 and 12. They were all on TikTok. TikTok has an age limit of 13. So it's really a huge responsibility on us. I have to talk a little bit about AI, because what we see in our data, of course, and in our part of the world, is that AI is being heavily used by the bad side. There's a lot of discussion on the good side about restrictions. And the thing that I always keep in mind, which is actually what Staffan, co-founder, talks about often, is the development of AI and the adoption of AI is exponential. So every day that we don't, from the good side, deploy AI for good, the bad side gets an exponential advantage. And we can't forget that. And then I want to just end with one of the panelists today, Matthias. He wore a T-shirt. It says, "The future is created by optimists." Are you in the room still? He left, maybe? And I think that's really important to remember. We see in our data as well a lot of disinformation. We see that in more of maybe a war or election context. And it's not like the adversaries are trying to convince people to shift their opinion to the other side. What they're trying to do is to make them give up. Basically you don't have to vote because it doesn't matter, or no need to fight for your country, you're not going to win anyways. And it's the same story here. We can never give up, even if it seems like the adversary is unrestricted, doesn't care about law, ethics, nothing, and we are much restricted in our way of working. We just can't give up. Thank you.
Thank you. So finally, Andrew.
All right. So, wonderful day, obviously, but I guess I approach this as an academic, so it'll be a bit more clinical. I'm sorry, but I also have young kids, and the idea of giving them unrestricted access to the internet is terrifying, and should not be done. But in any case, so I guess today, with the proviso that I went to the research and data sessions in the afternoon, so I missed some good content, I really saw a day that was about alignment. Fundamentally, it was about alignment on 4 themes around AI, young people, and different forms of sexual abuse. The first was kind of an acknowledgement that there's a necessity for us to align our values and our perspectives, kind of coming from very different, coming at this problem from very different angles. It became word. It is an essential function of a convening like this. And it's really important, again, with all these different kinds of stakeholders and these different perspectives, that we are on the same page when it comes to the values and the direction of travel we want this to have. The second is that there needs to be, in some way, or there is actually really strongly what came through to me, is an agreement in terms of the role that we want technology to play with this challenge that's in front of us, and specifically technology for the purpose of augmenting people and augmenting our values, not just kind of empowering law enforcement or researchers, but also potentially young people themselves, kind of a positive vision for what is the kind of online environment, their rights to play, their rights to information, kind of what does it look like in order to make technology serve people first and augment our cognitive and emotional capacities and our capacity for development and growth. The third thing that I heard was, a general kind of yearning for an improvement in the production or the use of knowledge. And this took a few different forms. The first one that I heard was there was a lot of dissatisfaction with a reactive stance to online child sexual abuse, and the kind of role that AI might be playing in kind of accelerating things and staying one step ahead. But also some themes here about kind of AI as an opportunity, both in terms of meeting and treating and finding perpetrators where they are, but also making better use of the kinds and classes of data that we might collect if we're a bit more creative and a bit more on the same page. And then, and I should say with that, also there was kind of a thread that went through this in terms of different types of tools and different types of data in terms of transparency and being able to share communities of practice between, say, law enforcement, independent researchers, and kind of actors in this kind of corporations for good space. I don't know what to call it. And then I guess there was an acknowledgement finally that in some really weird way that kind of speed or the nature of time is really important here. I heard everyone taking for granted the fact that technology is racing ahead and we'll never be able to do anything about it, and that can lead to a sense of defeatism. But I guess I would caution here that actually the pace and the nature of innovation is something that we can exert some power over. This is part of educating and regulating our populaces, and also kind of syncing up. There were some conversations about syncing up funders and industry actors and law enforcement in terms of setting kind of a proactive pace. A beautiful word was used last session called slow science. I believe in slow science, and I think that slow, smart, incremental science absolutely can help us get a handle on this AI space. We don't need to rush. We just need to do things well. And I would highlight that doesn't mean we've got to go real slow. In this last data session, Ben shared his amazing work looking at live stream transaction data. This is essential. This is creative. This helps us de-bias our data and de-bias our inquiry. And then Matthias's work on the Libra project is amazing. This idea of stripping out kind of the core impediments to the progress of real-time data, but still delivering a kind of good in terms of metadata and timestamps and geography that helps us understand quickly with technological insight where and how abuse might be happening. So I would just say that this stuff doesn't have to go slow, but we also don't have to be reactive. We can be proactive. And that's the positive side of this tech stuff.
Thank you so much. You can remain because I'll be very, very brief. I hear a lot of call to action. Slow, but action. Slow, but right, and with caution of building on survivors and taking action with the corporate sector as well. Thank you so much. Thank you, all of you who have been here today. Thank you, all of you who have been online. We've almost forgotten them. No, we haven't. We haven't forgotten you. I think the other side of the Atlantic is also waking up by now. So thank you so much for being with us. I told someone there were no kind of listener seats today. There were only participant seats. And I really have felt that throughout the day. You've been so great in participating the entire day. Thank you for doing that. Today was about mobilization, so please take that with you as you very soon leave this room and continue mingle upstairs. Call to action, let's continue. We did this purposely 1 year ahead of the finalization of our Stella Polaris project. Not that we will stop working with AI after, that's for sure. But let's use this moment to take further action together. And with that, thank you participants, thank you speakers, and last but clearly not least, thank you a fantastic childhood team who has brought this together. There have been a lot of invisible hands that are possibly visible here in the room under the leadership of Susanne and Erika. Where are you, Erika? There you are hiding, you're not visible, so thank you. And please continue upstairs and continue for the future. Thank you.